Sorry I'm late. Green text arrow, be me. Hop off of 30-minute, 20-minute, then 10-minute Peloton ride. Swag, React image, PB the 20 and the 10, not that no flex. Uh, Help get my daughter ready for daycare. Wife leaves to take daughter to daycare. It's 8:58 a.m. Praise Lord reaction image. I finally get to take a 2-minute poop before the stream. Be me, 45 seconds into pooping. Cigar cutter, the first log, feeling, chef's kiss. And I won't even be late today. All of a sudden, I get a text from my wife. Hey, I forgot our daughter's daycare backpack. Can you go out onto the patio and throw it through the passenger side window of the car? Be me, flex every muscle in my abdomen, recognizing I'm going to have to hold my poop in for the next 6 hours or something like that. Me waiting on the patio for 6 minutes for the car to actually pull up, and then I put the backpack into the passenger seat. She says, thank you. I say, no problem. Turn around, just walk back in the house. Should have finished my poop. All I'm asking for a courtesy, if she had said, can you come out on the patio in 5 minutes, I could have at least pushed out 80% of the log. Instead, I'm going to be honest with you. I think I clenched so hard, I actually took about 10% of the log back inside, and then had to hold it in while I was just sitting out there on the patio. To add to the emasculation, I was like, oh, it's a rush. The only shoes at the back door are my wife's Crocs. She wears like a size 7 women's. I wear a size 13 men's. I got my 1/3 of my fucking feet inside of the damn Crocs that have weird bumblebee stickers and pins and stuff like that on them. And I'm just standing out there in 5 degrees Celsius weather wondering where the hell the car is. It's driving me crazy, man. I've never taken a poop break during the stream, and I never will. I'm like, you learn more about yourself when you have a child, as strange as it sounds. But like some things that you thought were just like you traits, you realize it actually like it's baked into your genetic code. I don't poop in public unless like I'm hungover. Unless there's no option. So basically it's been like 10 years. And then like my daughter, I'm like, "Hey, did you poop at daycare?" She's never pooped at the daycare. I talked to the daycare provider. Did she poop today? No, literally never. In the potty, at least. She's probably pooped in her diaper, but it's in there somewhere. You're not in public? Well, it's like Justin saying that he can't zerk off during his subathon because like chat would know that what he's doing in the shower. It's the same. I'm not going to be like, oh, I'll be back in 3 minutes and then I'm going to go like squeeze out a poop. I would rather, unless it's an emergency, I would rather hold it in and then have like a comfortable poop when the stream is over rather than like try to emergency evacuate my bowels during a 3-minute bathroom break. If there's urgency, I can take a shit in 5 minutes. 5 minutes is like the minimum amount of time. Otherwise, I would prefer to take like, I don't know. At least 15 would be nice. E- 20 would be nicer, to be honest. That's so long. Yeah, it's my poop. Who cares? It's not like I'm asking you to like, hold my hand. I would have dead legs. honestly pathetic. No disrespect. It just feeds into the delusion that I'm built different. No toe numbness, no leg numbness. Heart's pumping nicely. Cheeks feel fine. It's no big deal. You can't sit down for 20 minutes? If you sit down for 20 minutes, your legs fall asleep? Little bro doesn't even realize gravity's doing half of his heart's job for him. Like, what are you talking about? I don't think my circulation's that good, but if I lean on my legs, why are you leaning on your legs? Stop leaning on your legs. If your legs fall asleep, you got to stop leaning on them. You don't need support. Like there's a back on the toilet. You don't have to like be sitting like you're in a posture class or something like that. You don't have to be sitting like, you're in a Japanese ESL class and it's day one before you find out that the teacher has absolutely no ability to control or discipline. I mean, no, I don't use the seat back. I mean, I don't think I use the seat back. But like my legs don't fall asleep when I sit down either. I think I would go talk to like a cardiologist or something. I'm not trying to give everybody in chat like a complex. It's just never been a problem for me. Wait, don't you guys do the thing where you angle the floor of your bathroom slightly away from the toilet so that you're take some of the weight off your glutes? Me when I'm in a 30-minute Sam Yo shitting class and he calls 60 to 70 cadence out of the saddle. Oh, gulp! Stop. Oh, man. I knew we'd get a joke out of there somewhere. I was just tick, 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 tick. Oh, I don't see one. Tick, 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 tick. Oh, there's a little joke bone. Tick, 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 tick. Then you get the brush out. There's a good one right there. I was wondering, based on average human lifetime, and, well, never mind. Compared to the average human, average spoken word count per lifetime, what percentage do you think you'd be in? I think we'd definitely be sitting, without even giving it a back of the napkin calculation, we're top 5% easy. And then we figure out if we're top 5, top 1, or like top 0.1 might be a little much, but because like the only job I think that the most common job that might talk as much as a streamer does is like teachers. But even then, admittedly, teachers, they'll have like a 7-hour day. But then they will give like a 30-minute lecture and then be like, hey, go do some quiet work for 15 minutes. Oh, that's true, customer service or a call center. But to be honest with you, on a call center, you're not really, at least as the person, I'm saying this as someone who has called call centers, there's a lot of like, can you hold for a minute? Hey, is there anything I can help you with today? And then the other person talks for like 5 minutes and then they go, okay, one moment, please. They're on call, I guess pun intended, all the time. Like they could be asked to talk at any given moment, but same with lawyers. I mean, like, even if you're a lawyer that is in trial 365 days a year, which is not even possible, you're not talking the whole time. There's a whole other side to the courtroom. You got witnesses. You got, if you're a defense attorney, you got prosecutors. If you're prosecutors, you got a defense attorney. You might have other people on your team. There's a judge, et cetera, et cetera. Even politicians? No, like, okay, like Strom Thurmond filibustering in 1961 or something like that. Sure, he's had his VO2 max was definitely up above probably as much as I've talked in a single day. But like there's what, like 500 Congress persons, like I don't know, 100 and something senators. They're not all talking all the time. One of them is talking, and then the rest of them are tweeting. Can you believe what this person who disagrees with me just proposed on the floor? I think like it's not, again, it's not a hard job. I'm just saying like I think streamers are definitely up there, especially streamers who just solo stream. Some of them, I mean, we're talking about me, so you know, for a while here, it's been well, I'm getting raked over the coals because I'm only live 25 hours a week now. At the same time, you know, there were years where my ass was just in the damn basement recording Isaac to myself, and if I ever had 5 seconds of dead air, the anxiety took over, and I was like, I need to just yeet something out of my gullet immediately. So in the average human lifespan, I mean, I put myself up there. I put my amount of spoken word daily certainly up against the average elementary school teacher. I'm remembering like when I was in school. It's like your teacher, you know, they talk for a bit, and then like they ask, "Hey, does anyone know what 6 plus 6 is?" And then like nobody puts up their hand except like the one person who always puts up their hand, and then they don't want to choose them, not because they're being mean, but because they're just, you know, I mean, like they don't want to choose the same person who always gets chosen because there's 35 people in the class, and you're like, "Please, anybody else?" And then the person who like put up their hand is like, me, me. So I'm just getting set up here. This is like one of the most embarrassing, and this is a true story, embarrassing times my parents ever got called by the school for disciplinary issues. My mom in the fifth grade, she took me aside and she was like, "Hey, we got a call from your teacher today. She said you need to stop putting up your hand for every question and then going like, ugh, when you don't get picked." It's one of those things, you know, I was like 10 years old. I didn't even really acknowledge that I was doing it. But as soon as she said it, I was like, yeah, that's me. You got me. I loved answering questions, man. It's a little nerdy. Slash marker. I don't know how many tier lists we're going to do today. I asked the Discord for suggestions for tier lists. And some of them, listen, it's just, some of them were good ideas that I would like to watch, but I can't be the guy, VIP Daniel, that's doing a tier list of Canadian universities, Ontario universities. First off, I only went to one of them. I'm only familiar with like 10. And nobody watching is going to be like, what's going, they're not going to have any idea what's going on. McGill is first. McGill's in Montreal. We haven't even gotten started yet. They're not. It's in Quebec. I think it's in Montreal. I'm joking. I'm joking. Anyway, I figured we could start with something that we all at least have some awareness here with. Okay, these are video game consoles. Now, I absolutely hate the what they have given as the tier list here. F forgettable. We're gonna make a I did not play / own this. And then I'm just going to delete the superlatives. Because like I know what A means. I know what S means. I know what B means. Like I don't need them to do this. Noteworthy. I mean, I think they're all noteworthy. And I'm not going to say D obscure. I'm not ranking them based on their popularity. I could get NPD to do that for me. Now, I do need your help because I'm old. So bizarrely, I know the old consoles, but the young consoles, you know, are a little confusing to me. Like, I'm pretty sure I own this, but is this an Xbox Series X? That's an Xbox Series S. What's better, S or X? Because it's driving me crazy. Because the Xbox Controller S for the original Xbox was the best controller. And now they're saying the S is the budget version and the X is the premium version. You can't just go back on the S and the X, okay? It doesn't make any sense. And not to mention, we went Xbox, Xbox 360, Xbox One, Xbox Series S/X. Like, it's crazy. Anyway, listen, I'm just going to be honest with you. I have an Xbox Series X. We got it, installed it. I played Rocket League and Slay the Spire on it while my baby was really young. And then I have basically never touched it since. So I think it is only responsible to place this into the I did not play/own this tier. I'm not trying to annoy people by saying like, oh, just because I only played two $15 indie games on it, like it's a D. Like, I think it's got to be. I didn't give this enough time to realistically say that to give it a good verdict. No, it's not, because like, here's the thing. You might be like, oh, amazing games came out on this, but I didn't play it. No. You don't understand. You can't just toss this in the D because I had a child. That's not fair. I had a 0-year-old child when this came out. Otherwise, I would have been at least given it a chance. It's not Microsoft's fault that I conceived a new human, okay? Now, the start of the list, it gets a little spicy here, okay? I believe, am I fair to say that this is an Atari 2600? It's very hard to tell. Someone was right when they said in the Discord they need to have alt text on the images. That's a PSP? Okay, you're right. That is a screen. That is not the sewer grating that was on the top of the Atari 2600. Now, I'm not going to rate the PSP either, but I will rate the Vita. Oh, by the way, what is this then? This and this are the same image. They're both, it's a cutting board. You can't see it because of my face. Oh, that's right. Hang on. Now, I'm pretty sure that this is a Vita, and one of them is a PSP Go. What the hell does that mean? There's like, everything is doubled. There's like 12 of the same image. There's 2 of everything, lots of repeats. Okay. You know, this is the sort of thing that I probably could have vetted if I wasn't so rudely removed from my pre-stream bowel movement to throw a backpack through a passenger window. Okay, but listen, we're wasting a lot of time here. At the risk of annoying people, I did not play or own the Dreamcast. We almost bought a Dreamcast when I was Dreamcast age, and then the guy at EB Games told us, Sega's in trouble right now. You may not want to buy this because there would be no support for it later. But I really wanted one because of the VMU in the controller. And then I do have to do him a solid. He didn't know that 20 years later it would be like, if you didn't have a Dreamcast, you're not a real gamer. But he was a soothsayer. He knew the future. Because he said, like a year later, we're watching TV, and they were like, Sega has discontinued the Dreamcast and is like going out of hardware publishing. Okay, similarly, I'm going to say that this is the PSP. I did not own a PSP, but Kate did. But I promise you, I have played video games in my life, okay? Now, the Xbox One, I'd be inclined to say, and there's no way we're going to get through this list without annoying some people. Huge Xbox head, original Xbox. Huge Xbox 360. Wait, that's the final version of the 360? This is the Xbox One. Okay, never mind. The Xbox 360. This is the Xbox 360 Series S Dark model, right? I bought one of these when I came. No, that's the Xbox Series X. Then what is going on here? What is this? What is this? And then this. This is 2 of the same image. I'm losing my mind. I'm going off. This is a Xbox One series. I thought the cooler fridge. No, you guys are crazy. This is an Xbox One. Sorry, no. This is an Xbox 360. I see the big chrome eject button. This is the Xbox Series X because it looks like it looks like a little mini fridge. Yeah, the 360 Elite. Thank you, thank you. Yes, this is a 360, 100%. Two down. Wait, no, you're right. Two down from that is it. This is the 360. I'm starting to finally respect Nintendo for completely changing their style up every single game or every single console, so I could at least recognize them. I think this is an Xbox. It's an Xbox One. Because the first Xbox 360 was like it was a white swoop, and as soon as you turned it on to play Need for Speed Underground, it went. Okay, I trusted Luke. Okay, and Luke is saying that this is a 360. I'm gonna trust him. Now I'm a little annoyed by the fact that we got like different SKUs. I'm just gonna put like all the SKUs in the same camp, honestly, because I'm not rating, the PS2 versus the PS2 Slim. Top left is a 360 per Wikipedia. Okay, we take those. All I ask is then, in that case, which one of these fuckers is the Xbox One? Is this thing with the Kinect, right? No, that's another 360, isn't it? No, is this an Xbox One? You can't even see it. I gotta scroll, sorry. Is this an Xbox One right here? Yes, that's an, okay, all right. Well, I'm inclined to say, and again, we're gonna get some triplicates here. The Xbox 360 generation for me was like the best generation. I'm putting it in the S tier. Online gaming went from like some people have it to it's built into the console. The generation lasted like a decade. It's also for me, that was the era, like it came out when I was a high school senior, I think. And then it lasted until I was like 27 or something like that, maybe 25. That's it's a period of your life. You get some good gaming done. I got some great memories here. Guitar Heroes, Rock Bands, Xbox Live indie games. You're right. This is like the birth of the modern indie game boom. You get your Limbos, you get your Braids, you get your et ceteras, et ceteras. I didn't play Call of Duty, but this is when Call of Duty really kicked off. It went from like a big franchise to the hugest franchise. Now, was it built well? No, they red ringed like crazy, without a doubt. But in terms of like the enjoyment that I had with this console, is absolutely top tier. Also, I feel like this one didn't red ring that much. I feel like this was the dude that red ringed like crazy. Like this was the one that you were putting in the oven to get the soldering to reset. Now, I'm going to tell you that people might not consider this to be fair, okay? I did not own a GBA SP, but I owned the GBA, and the SP, I feel like I could realistically say it's just the definitive version of the GBA. You have to put it in the S tier. And then I'm going to put the purple one, which is the one that I owned, in the A tier. So I'm very familiar with the library. Let me explain to you why this was a classic handheld era, okay? Game Boy Advance comes out. First off, it has access to Super Nintendo. Well, not access. You have to buy them. It's this is like the pre-internet deliverable era for stuff like this. But it could play Super Nintendo games. So that was literally like people were losing their mind. They're like, I can play Super Metroid on the go. So you already have access to so much of the Super Nintendo library, which is chock full of classics. It got some great IPs. I loved playing WarioWare on this thing. I loved playing. It was backwards compatible with original Game Boy games, which had quite a good library as well. You could play A Link to the Past on it. Absolutely true. Legend of Zelda: Four Swords. And then the SP fixed a serious problem that had plagued the Game Boy since it came out. It didn't have this didn't have a backlight. So if you were ever playing it in the damn car, you're trying to play Advance Wars, but it's like, it's the sunset. You got to wait until your parents drive by a street light. It's there for an eighth of a second, and then you make like all your moves, and then you just like, and then you make all your moves, and then you make all your moves, okay? So the fact that this thing had a backlight absolutely changed the game. That's why I would have loved to have had one, but I couldn't justify the price at that age when I already had one of these. Anyway, so that's a given. So Nintendo 3DS. I have some good memories of playing the 3DS. This it's actually a DSi. Okay, what the... Maybe I don't respect Nintendo. Okay, I did not play the DSi. This might be the one that offends the most people, okay? I think that the Sega Genesis is like a C console. All I can say here is I grew up as a Super Nintendo kid, okay? I think we could probably all agree in 2023 that the SNES clears the Genesis. The SNES is like an A to S tier console. And the Genesis, listen, it might not be a C, I might have some bias, but the fact that they were sworn enemies back in the 90s always struck me as a little artificial because of the fact that, I mean, come on. Now, I am tempted to elevate it to a B a little bit, just because there are some Genesis games that I like, particularly like, I'm not a big Sonic guy, but Gunstar Heroes, that sort of stuff is my jam. But I think C, this is not fair to Sega, by the way. But I can't, even to this day, I can't reckon with the 6-button controller. I just, for whatever, I'm like, what are those other buttons doing? I'm a 4-button Marty. And maybe if you had shoulder buttons or you had triggers, then I can get down with it. But the 6-button Andy, I couldn't handle. Okay, even to this day, when we were doing the Golden Goblet and we would play Sega Genesis games, I was like, I don't feel like when I pick up Mario, I'm like, it's run, jump, maybe spin jump, right? When I play Sonic the Hedgehog, I'm like, what am I doing? One button makes my dude go like, zzz, one button makes me jump, one button makes me go bring. Anyway, I'm not a big Genesis guy. Regardless. PlayStation 2. Same era as the original Xbox. It's got to be minimum A, possibly also S tier. I think that if anything, I may underrate the PlayStation 2. I bought one basically right at release, maybe like a year after release. But all I did was play sports games. Actually, listen, I immediately realized that I just told you a lie. I did play a lot of sports games on this, but I also forgot Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, Frequency, Amplitude. For whatever reason, I was thinking about the fact that I never played Final Fantasy X, and I was like, oh, that really takes it down. I even forgot about San Andreas. Dude, you're right, this is a Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4. All right, Kingdom Hearts. The fact that it played DVDs, I was using this as my de facto DVD player. Listen, my family's transformation from VHS to DVDs looks like this. My birth until 2001, we're watching VHS. 2002, I got a computer that had a DVD player in it. Whole family crowded into my bedroom to watch movies on like my huge 18-inch CRT monitor whenever we rented something from Jumbo Video. Later that summer, got a PlayStation 2. Now when we want to watch DVDs, you just take the PlayStation 2, you unhook it from my room, you bring it into the family room, we watch it on the 22-inch TV out there, and then later we got a dedicated DVD player. So I was using this as my DVD player until legitimately, I'm going to say 2006, which is kind of crazy. So sure, I got a lot of good memories with this. Another reason that I underrate this is because I had a PS2 like 02 to 04. I bought an Xbox in '04. They had an amazing deal where for the price of the Xbox, you also got Amped and Halo, and I never looked back. I went. It was the Halo to Xbox Live to Halo 2 pipeline. Halo to it's more like Xbox to Halo to Rainbow Six 3 on consoles to Project Gotham Racing 2 to Halo 2 in I guess that was like 04, 05 or something like that, and then it just like anyway, you get the idea. So I have a lot of respect for this lad right here as well. But I just because I said no to the PS2 after I got the Xbox, that doesn't mean that the PS2 is not great. Now this is, am I correct in assuming this is a PlayStation 3? It's a PS2 Slim. Listen. I'm gonna pull the Xbox because this is not the Elite. Give me a second. This is the Elite. The Elite is an S tier, and I don't know what you are. Okay, I don't know. You were like a remake or something like, or this is like the Elite Slim. This is the last Xbox 360 I owned. Everybody bought 25 of these because the first one they bought would break. It would have a red ring of death. That's the E. This list is made by an insane person. No disrespect. Okay. Original Xbox. Remember, please, that this is my list. I have to put it up here. Now, with the tail of the tape, I would say that probably the PS2 clears it. But and let me explain to you why, okay? PlayStation 2 plays DVDs right out of the box. One of the biggest scams in gaming history, you needed a $50 remote in order to play DVDs on the original Xbox. What a damn scam. On the flip side, though, now that I recall, Xbox Original came with a little hard drive on it. I don't even want to know how big the hard drive is, like looking back. I bet it's like 2 gigs or something like that. On the PlayStation 2, you had to buy like a $50 memory card or something like that just to be able to save your games. What a damn scam. It's all a scam, regardless. Another thing a lot of people don't remember, this is not like a huge deal in the modern era, but it was a big deal back then. You could rip CDs of your own music onto the Xbox and then use your own music while you were gaming. So if you got sick of the music in Project Gotham Racing 2, all of a sudden you got all of the Bare Naked Ladies Maroon album featuring Pinch Me and Tonight is the Night I Fall Asleep at the Wheel, helping you out as you drive around Shinko Park. That was a big deal, man. At least at the time. By the way, Project Gotham Racing 2 did have it had Headstrong by Trapped on the base track list. So you got to give it some credit for that. It is true, on the PlayStation 2 to play online, you had to buy like a separate modem and hook it up in the back. It's definitely a different era. On the original Xbox, you had to buy Xbox Live. I think you had to buy, it came with like a CD or something like that installed the Xbox Live software on the thing. It's been a while. I can't even remember how this shit worked, to be honest. But I do remember playing a ton of the MotoGP demo on Xbox Live and being like, this is crazy. So I got a lot of great memories on this. Not just Halo 2, but for the dawn of online gaming. Rainbow Six, Project Gotham. I loved it. World Series Baseball 2003, Panzer Dragoon Orta. Fusion Frenzy. Anyway. So the Nintendo Wii is kind of like a shit console, but I also kind of love it. This is like my first year of university console. I gotta pop the Nintendo Wii into the B section here. And I would say that there's a lot to respect. There's high highs and there's low lows. Twilight Princess, high high. Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, high highs. Wii Sports, the Wii Sportses, high highs. Almost everything else, low lows. I'm sure I probably missed a couple. Even the Smash that came out for this is like Brawl is just not that. It's just not the hotness. Nobody talks about Brawl anymore, and I feel like nobody talks about Smash 4. There was like 15 years of Brawl being, or of Smash being like a little bit. No wonder Melee stayed popping for so long. I played a ton of Brawl, by the way. That because it came out when I was in university, and everybody that I lived with also played Smash. We graduated from Smash 64 straight to Brawl. Skipped Melee entirely. Like if I had the knowledge then that I have now, I would have mixed it up a little bit. But it was a different era. Anyway, we played so much 64 in university as well. Either way, can I tell you that I actually there's so much shovelware on this because it was like one of the best-selling consoles in human history. I wish we could go back a little bit. Just because this was like the last era where Ubisoft was still coming out with game show games. They came out with 2 Price is Right games for the Nintendo Wii. You know how good we would be eating on stream if we could just... All they need to do is re-release them. They change the prices to, reflect inflation and re-release them. Okay, Tomo, you want to leave? You didn't have to come in the first place. But there you go. Also, so many shitty plastic peripherals, steering wheels, guns, fishing rods, but I've got respect for the Wii, for sure. The Wii has a place in my heart. Now, I'll tell you, the Wii U is definitely one of the worst consoles I've ever owned. Worse on a hardware level, especially looking back. Pretty shitty tablet screen. I applaud them for trying new ideas, but this was not it. Also, just an absolutely horrendous software library. Sure, they got a few games. They got a Mario Kart 8, for example. One of the Monster Hunters. Monster Hunter 3U, maybe? Sure, okay, Breath of the Wild, but nobody thinks about Breath of the Wild as if it's a Wii U game. That's like an asterisk. It's like knowing the last black and white movie to win Best Picture at the Oscars. Well, it's The Artist, but the last time I thought about that question, it was The Apartment in 1960, okay? It's just like that's like a piece of trivia. I remember I bought a Wii U. We actually had 2, so I sold one on Craigslist. It's a whole nother song and dance I don't want to get into, okay? Nintendo Land, playing that at launch and being like, hey, this game's okay. Little did I know that would be like almost the height of the console. I also had Zombie U, played it for about an hour and said, oh, this is like an interesting idea. I can't wait to see how other developers use this technology once it's been out for a few years. And that was it. That I didn't realize at the time that was like the peak. I was buying the peak and riding the valley down. Okay, yeah, Mario Maker 1. But how can you elevate this at all? When I mean the Switch is basically just the best version of the Wii U. Like it gets cleared in like every single category. And I don't even like the Switch that much. The Wii U's the best version of the Wii? I don't even remember what the controllers look like on this thing. I mean, I remember the console is a controller itself, but I don't remember what the hell were there peripherals for that? I feel like I had a Wii U Pro controllers at some point. They were just Wiimotes again. What a world. Okay, this is a Sony PlayStation 3. This is a Sony PlayStation 4. It's hard to... Do they have to make all the images circles, man? How you cut off the... Okay, Sony PlayStation 4. Honestly, as of right now, I feel like I could put that in the A tier. Definitely. I mean, because it's weird because Nintendo straddles like they come out with consoles like mid-generation sometimes, but I feel like this was my favorite console of its generation. I guess I would prefer the Switch, but it depends whether you consider the Switch to be part of this generation or the generation we're currently living through. Yeah, they got like it's the difference between like I was gonna say regular New Year, but you know what I mean. Chinese New Year and New Year's Day. It's like Nintendo's got its own schedule for this. They're on like a smaller gear ratio or something. But yeah, I feel like the PS4. I've got a lot of great memories. Good console, definitely. I mean, can I say without offending too many people that one of the reasons the PS4 feels so good in my mind is because I had horrendous experiences with the Xbox One. Um, Basically, had no games when it launched. And then by the time it had games, I think I played like half of The Witcher 3 on it. And then, like, from that point onwards, every time I turned it on, it took 10 seconds to boot. And there was a 50% chance that it just said, oh, the boot failed. Please hold the power button for 10 seconds. Like, it just, the console was bricked before I even got a chance to really use it. So I do think that that the PlayStation 4 benefits from that. Of course, I mean, you got to put some respect on Bloodborne. It's got some exclusives. You got to put some respect on the indie games. After Microsoft abandoned Xbox Live Arcade, Sony definitely picked up the mantle and did a great job with Vita and the PS4. So I give it a lot of respect. I give the PlayStation 4 a lot of respect. To be honest, I think I have to give the Switch a lot of respect too. Mm. It's hard because it's still in progress. It's hard because, listen, it clears the Wii. I don't even think that's up for discussion. When I think back to the Wii, I do think of some good memories, but at the same time, there's also like the end of it was like a lot of shit for sure. I think the Switch has done a better job. What's weird is that I feel like the Switch succeeds like in spite of its hardware. Like it's not a powerful console. You would never play AAA non-Nintendo games on it unless they were designed for it because they usually are like they don't just look like shit, they kind of run like shit often. But there's a lot of great games on this. They've done a great job with the library. Also, I think as time has gone on, I just respect Nintendo for making their shit like easy to play. Like I press the power button. Maybe this is an old man take. I press the power button, it turns on. Yes, 9 times out of 10, it says there's a software update or your Joy-Cons need updating. That takes 5 seconds, and then I'm back at the screen, I press a button, and I'm playing the game. Every time I turn on the Xbox, it's like, what profile are you using? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. Pretty sure I made this profile when I was like 14 years old. And then they're like, oh, please, this email address, does this email address still work? And I'm like, I've never seen that email address before in my life. And they're like, it's illegal for you to play this game you bought unless you sign into the profile you used for this. And I'm like, I guess I'll make a new profile. And they're like, you're only allowed to have one profile connected to each social security number. And you're like, I don't know what's going on, man. Just let me pay you like $60 for a game and then I could play the game. Why do we have to do this? So I respect that for the Switch. Also, great library of as annoying as it is to pay money for online games. At least you get a pretty good library with the Switch. I mean, Nintendo, they kind of nickel and dime you a little bit, don't get me wrong, but still nice. It's got a good library. Plus Tetris 99. What is this? Have we not done this already? Is this a series? The hell is... When did every console become a box? This is a Series X? Okay, I know we went... This is the one that I own, which makes it even funnier that I don't recognize it. I basically have not played it. I used it to play Slay the Spire and Rocket League. It's not realistic for me to rank this, okay? Now, if there's one thing you need to know about me, I don't put respect on the classics just because they're classics. I was born in 1988. My parents would always be like, oh, you got to check out this Atari game. Okay, guess what? Atari 2600, maybe no good games. Maybe the most noteworthy console that has no games worth playing in the modern era. The NES has a couple of games that are still worth playing, maybe even a few. No game on this console is worth playing except for historical curiosity. I don't know. My parents are in their late 50s now. They will always be like, oh, I had so much fun playing like Galaga back in the day. You go back and look at Galaga, it's like a triangle dodging dots. Every sound effect is just, there's only two sound effects in the Atari 2600. One of them is, pew, and then the other one sounds like someone's crinkling a Sun Chips bag right next to your ear. First off, someone said Pong. Pong is not worth playing. I'm sorry. If you're in 2023 and you're like, oh, I want to play a classic, play Super Mario Brothers, okay? Do not play Sonic the Hedgehog 1. Play Tetris. Do not go back and play beep, beep, beep. It's trash. I'm sorry. I hate this console. I think it has nothing of merit in the modern day. There's no reason for it to be there, okay? Someone said, what about Joust? My parents, I forget what the occasion was, but for my original Game Boy, they bought me, probably cost them $50, which is crazy, especially in like 1997 dollars. They bought me a Game Boy game. It had Joust and Centipede on it. So I've probably played 10 plus hours of Joust in my life. It's not good. Like, I recognize that maybe this is not a fair comparison, but like all of the games on the Atari 2600, even the best game on the Atari 2600 is essentially just like a mini game that you would play once in a modern Final Fantasy game and then be like, oh, okay, let's play the real game now. I don't, maybe it's because I'm a product of like the late 80s and the 90s and the 2000s, okay? But like, it just seems to me like I gain no entertainment going back and playing Atari 2600 games. It's like, this is an even worse take, but it's like movies, you know? Like I can watch a movie from 1981 and be like, wow, what a good movie. But if I watch a movie from 1910, I'm not like, whoa. And then and dude, like he's standing still and then the house falls on him, but like he's standing where the window frame is, so like he doesn't get hit by it. Like people that were contemporary that were watching it were probably like, this is the craziest shit I've ever seen. It broke new ground. But now, like I'm watching that and I'm like, what the hell is this old crusty nonsense? Show me the new Ant-Man. I feel like that's the Atari 2600. Like, it's amazing. I've seen like some documentaries on gaming from this era. There's literally dudes who are like, yeah, they gave me like 3 weeks to program Missile Command, and I just worked 19 hours a day and did it. That's incredible that you could do this in 1979 or whatever. But at the same time, it is not held up. That's my 2 cents. Okay, this is the original Xbox 360, the one that red ringed all the time. I'm gonna put it in A. Now I have a lot of love for the Xbox 360 in general. I want you to know I'm not merely putting it in A because of the fact that it red ringed. I also feel like this was like a huge upgrade. This is one of the only consoles I've ever owned like multiple SKUs of. Like the built-in hard drive on this was like way better. It was black, which looks freaking slick. Like you could display this in your house and people would be like, oh, it looks so modern. Previously, people would come over to your house and be like, what the hell is that? Like a paper shredder or something? And you would, because gaming was only for nerds back then, you'd be like, yeah, it's a paper shredder. It's only partially because of the fact that you had to wrap it in a beach towel and put it in your oven in order to get it to work after it red ringed of death, okay? But I still liked a lot of stuff with the white Xbox 360. This is what I played Guitar Hero 2 on. That's true. The disk drive got stuck all the time. I don't know. I've got nostalgia for this. Original Game Boy. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. It's hard for me to put it here with the Nintendo Wii in the B tier because it clears that. But it's also hard for me to put it up against the original Game Boy Advance. So it's like, this is almost like a B plus. I'm going to leave it here. I can only say for every single one of these that I'm a product of my time, okay? I got sent to school on occasion with the original Game Boy. I played Tetris. I played Wario Land, which is why I don't need to play Pizza Tower. I've already played it. Pokemon Red, Blue, and I don't know if I played Yellow on this. I feel like I might have played Pokemon Yellow on a Game Boy Color that was yellow itself and had like Pokemon. They had like Togepi and Pikachu around the screen. I even had, actually, now that I think about it, a couple of things for this. I had a clip-on accessory for this that slid onto the top of the Game Boy, and it was legitimately like a magnifying glass. It wasn't, it had no light, I think, but it was just a magnifying glass to make the screen appear larger. What an incredible piece of technology. I also, on my Super Nintendo, I had the Super Game Boy, whatever it was called. It might have just been called Super Game Boy, where you could plug a SNES cartridge into your SNES, and then that cartridge had a little hole where you could put a Game Boy game in top of it. Then you could play your Game Boy games on your TV. What an incredible piece of technology. Now that I think about it, I think I did have the magnifier with the light, honestly. But mostly for me, there's a little nostalgia here. And then also the birth of the Pokemon franchise. This is a Game Boy Color. Game Boy Color, it's very tough for me to not put it up here. It's probably not as good as the Game Boy Advance. This was like the refined version. This was like, I mean, you could tell they hadn't even put a cover on it yet. They were like, this is rough draft, okay? Game Boy Color did change the game. Also, we took it for granted at the time. Big ups to Nintendo for literally making like the first 3 Game Boys, ignoring like the micro and stuff, for making the first 3 Game Boys all have the same cartridge slot. So you could, there was like 10 years of continuity where if you just upgraded your Game Boy, you could keep all your games and just shove them in the back. Same thing for the DS. Really? That's crazy, man. That's wild. Okay, now the Game Gear. Game Gear is a fickle beast. I did have one. By the way, while we're here, what am I looking at here? Is this is the PSP, right? I feel like I see PS, or is this PS2 portable? PS portable? It's PSP Go. Okay, all right. The hell's a PSP Go? Regardless. I had a Game Gear. I remember taking it to my grandma's house, playing some Sonic 2, playing some Streets of Rage, probably playing some other stuff I don't remember. It was mind-blowing at the time to have a full-color handheld. Like, it felt like you were living in the future. But at the same time, it loses to the Game Boy, and everybody that was around at this era knows it. It loses to the Game Boy just because this thing used fucking, like, 4 batteries a minute. Like, it was ridiculous. It was like putting gas in your car. Like, it would cost you more to fuel the console or the handheld than it would to, like, buy it in the first place. It was pretty big too. Like, it was. So I'm gonna put. I mean, I have to put it below the original Game Boy, even though it was a technical marvel at the time. It's crazy to think back about like how antiquated it is. Because I remember I had the AC adapter for this too, but even then it was like sometimes the shit would just get so hot you'd have to put it down on the hardwood and step away. Okay, PSP Go. We had a nice little streak of stuff we actually played. PSP Go, I did not experience. Now, one of these is a Vita. There's another, like, I don't know, there's like 7 PS. There's another Game Gear on the list. I don't know what you want me to do, unless there's a Neo Geo Pocket or something like that. This one is a Vita. Thank you. The Vita, I'm putting it in the C tier. I played a lot of the Vita, and I like the Vita. I have mixed memories of it, but it had what I would consider to be like a pretty good console lineup, especially because they leaned into the indie game side of things. Like the PS4 Vita combo was doing great stuff for indie gaming in the mid 2010s. The problem that I had with the Vita is that it got a lot of indie games and then it didn't have or maybe it's a developer issue, but so many of the indie games ran like pure shit on the Vita. I played so much Spelunky on the Vita. Every time you got to the ice caves, the shit started running at like 3 FPS. It was like it was almost mind-blowing that you could play Spelunky on like a netbook, but you couldn't play it on the Vita. Same Isaac had the same thing, or Rebirth I should say had the same thing. Like it was anytime there were visual filters, like the thing just it slowed down to a crawl. But Vita was still good. Still good. PlayStation 5, it's almost in like the too early to tell camp. But I have played a lot more of this than I played of the Xbox Series X. I feel like I'm comfortable putting it low C tier for now. I'm not super impressed with the game library. Like Demon Souls was pretty good, but the worst of the Souls games except for Dark Souls 2 in my opinion. The controller is amazing though. That's the reason it's going from C to D is just because the controller is crazy mode. PlayStation 1. I'm not going to deny that a lot of this is like nostalgia. Like for the N64 and for the PlayStation 1. But there was like a really, like, I feel like I was, maybe kids that are like 17 feel the same way about where they're growing up. They're like, oh, games these days, so many of them are free. There's esports. Like, we're living in such a great era for games. But for me, I'm like, damn, dude. I got a SNES when I was like 4. Comboed that. I got a Game Boy, a Game Gear, comboed that shit into an N64. Bought a PlayStation 1 a few years later, comboed that into a PlayStation 2, skipped the GameCube entirely, no disrespect to Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. Waited a couple years, got an Xbox, witnessed the birth of online gaming. 360 came out, I was in college, we were playing party games with my friends. Like that was a good decade and a half right there to grow up in, for sure. I can't imagine. I mean, I guess you know what it is that this was just kind of like the heyday for console gaming. I don't know what, like PC gaming during that whole time was basically like, I don't want to say dead, but it was like a niche thing. You would go to Toys R Us and there would be like Half-Life Blue Shift, a box of Counter-Strike, and then like the same dusty ass box of American McGee's Alice that had been sitting there for like 7 years. You would say hi just so you know, just to give it some attention. We've come a long way. I mean, like, I guess if you're a kid now or like a young adult, you're like, oh, I got like an amazing last 10 or 15 years of PC gaming. That makes sense. I guess it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. But for me, like, dude, I went crazy for the PlayStation 1. I mean, I feel like I got to put it in the S tier, honestly. And I feel like the N64 is up there as well. But again, I was like 8 to 14 when this console was popping. Played so much Final Fantasy VII. So many sports games. I just great. Oh, the dude, official PlayStation Magazine demo discs. Oh, just to give it Siphon Filter when you hit them with the taser, and then they burst into flames. Crash Team Racing. I had all 3 Crash Bandicoots. Just to give you an idea of how far we've come from, like when I was a kid. I'm not saying like, oh, be grateful. When I was a kid, a house was a nickel and you could buy a soda for half a farthing or whatever. All I'm saying is like, it's good to look back sometimes and, realize how far we've come. I used to get official PlayStation magazine and it would have an ad on the disc. I would invite my friends over. We would play the demos on the disc, and then we might watch the ad like 10 times. We would use the D-pad to go to the ad and watch the ad for chewing gum just because it was so amazing to like see what felt like high quality video on a CD. We were like, holy fuck, we're watching videos right now. We didn't even care that it was for Winter Fresh gum. We were like, this is amazing. It is hilarious in retrospect. Now you load up a video and people are like, skip ad, skip ad. Give me the video I actually want. Back then, we were pogging up for those ads, man. We were so naive. I'm not saying people these days are so entitled. I'm saying back then we were stupid. I mean, I was like 11 or whatever. Okay, I'm sorry I love the PlayStation. And when they came out with the DualShock for the PlayStation 1. That was like, if we're talking biggest revolutions in gaming history, the addition of an analog stick to every single controller as pioneered by the DualShock, that might be, it's like 1 or 2 on my list. Number 1, it's hard to argue, like the invention of 3D graphics. Maybe, online gaming is somewhere in there as well. But dude, the analog stick changed everything. Can you believe that we were playing first-person shooters with a D-pad? Or playing GoldenEye with one analog stick? I don't even recall how we aimed in GoldenEye. But it felt natural at the time. But then like a year later, the DualShock came out and we were like, what are we doing, man? You aimed with the damn C buttons. Holy cow. Yeah, didn't it was like when you're walking around in GoldenEye, Pierce Brosnan has his gun like this, but then like if an enemy is on the screen, it's like it automatically sort of tracks to them, and then you just go tit, 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 tit. Anyway, GameCube, not trying to irritate people, just genuinely did not play it. The GameCube was the most hated console of this era when the era was happening. Now, Nintendo plays the long game. Nintendo is one of the gaming companies that has like the best pedigree and the best legacy. Now the GameCube is remembered quite fondly. At the time, people were punching down for sure. People would be like, oh, I'd love to play Beautiful Joe. Unfortunately, it's only on the GameCube. I know. Listen, I was there. You can't argue. If I said it's the worst console of the generation, you could be like, what are you talking about? But I was there, man. It got his ass kicked by the PlayStation 2, and then by the PlayStation 2. And they was kind of like neck and neck with the Xbox, but everyone was like, can you believe that the GameCube's neck and neck with the Xbox, despite the fact that Microsoft is literally their first chance, It was very disrespected at the time. And that's a reason I disrespected. I was like 12 when it came out, maybe 14. I didn't play it. I had the other two. So I missed out. There's another world where I bought this instead of the Xbox, and then I got, into Melee as a kid, and I don't want to know. I probably wouldn't have a child right now, would be my guess, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'd be playing in tournaments to this day. Now the NES I did not own, but if you're of the age I am, your friends owned it, your uncle owned it, your dad's friend owned it. I put some respect on it. It does not touch. This to me is like a great midpoint between the Atari 2600 and the Super Nintendo. The Super Nintendo is one of the best consoles ever made. The Atari 2600 has no merit in the modern day. The NES has some merit in the modern day. There are a few games, if you looked through the entire library of NES games, There are probably like, I'm going to say 15 that you could play and have fun with. Not just play and be like, oh, it's amazing they made this in 1986. But you could play it and be like, these are fun. I'm having a good time. Closer to 100? Well, listen. I'll give it Mega Man 1 through 5. Sure. I'm going to count that as one game though. I'll give it the first 3 Marios, and you know what? I'll even throw in the Lost Levels. If I'll give it the original Punch Out for sure. But okay, now this is where we get maybe a little offensive. I'll give it Contra and Super C. I'm not going to give it Dr. Mario. I'm sorry. I'm going to draw the line at Dr. Mario. This is probably not a popular take. I'm not going to give it the first Zelda. For me, Zelda starts at Link's Awakening. I'm not a huge Zelda head, but I'm Link's Awakening I put a lot of respect on. And the ultimate example of this is Metroid. Super Metroid, all-time classic. Metroid 1, in my opinion, not worth playing in the modern day. You respect the classics. Metroid 1 for me is like a hip hop, a hippie to the hippie, and the hippie to the hop. We don't stop the dump. And you're like, okay, I respect you for being first. And then, like Super Metroid is like, when the MCs came to live out their name and to perform, like it is the difference between Curtis Blow and, the Wu-Tang Clan or something like that. Exactly. Now everybody's on the same page with me, and that's fine. That's why it says let's argue a little bit. Metroid, it's a little Curtis Blow. Ninja Gaiden, yeah, I'll give it some credit. Yes, I'm aware Liquid Swords is a Jizza track. Are you aware that the hip to the hop to the don't stop is not a Curtis Blow track? As long as we're, for no reason, just correcting people when they said what they were supposed to say to begin with? Yes? Okay, well then it sounds like we're both on the same page. I'm going to keep talking if that's okay with you. I didn't even know the SNES was coming up next. Okay? By the way, can we go back to this era? I feel like we should be... And why is everything looking so slick these days? Can we go back to Bubbles? I miss when Bubble was the futuristic aesthetic. Like the original Xbox dashboard, where every single button was like an oval, like a beveled and embossed oval. Anyway, it's not even close. The SNES is... I was going to say like Desert Island. This still, even like 20 years after its release, might be the console I would want. I don't know if that's true, that I might be a little blinded by nostalgia, but there's so many great games for this. Like the reason I'm not naming them is because on the NES, it's like there's only like 12. So it's easy enough. Sorry, 30 years. 30 years. For some reason I was like 20 years before 2023 is 1993, right? Oh, man. Listen, Super Mario World, amazing game. Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. Super Metroid. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4, Turtles in Time. Street Fighter 2, Tournament Edition. They had all the tournament. Every game was super, and every game had a Tournament Edition. NBA Jam Tournament Edition. The inferior version of Aladdin. Donkey Kong Country, the greatest looking game in history at the time of its release. Mario is Missing, the game that taught me everything about Europe. Chrono Trigger. Earthbound, which I never played because every time you went into like a video store, they always had like Earthbound came in that huge box with the UFO. And you were always like, I'm not sure if I'm like qualified to rent that game. So it's like, I'll just take, let me get Sim City. Let me get NHL 94. Let me get NHL 97 with John Van Beesbrook on the cover. Let me get a little Mega Man X if you don't mind. And then cry because I can't figure out how to beat Launch Octopus as a little kid. It's an unbelievable console. Now, I never had a portable PlayStation 1, so I'm tossing it in here. The N64 stays goated as well. I mean, you could look at, if you didn't watch any of this tier list and you just looked at the screenshot and you showed this to somebody that didn't know who I was, they would be like, this guy's in his 30s. It's like, it's almost like a reverse sorted by age of the consoles. That being said, the N64 is, no console has any business being this good when the controller was so fucked up. And I get into arguments about this like at least once a year. If this controller was good, my personal opinion is that we would still see controllers that look like this. But this controller is so bad. It had two different ways to hold it. I mean, like, my 2 cents, maybe for some games it's a little different. You could basically just cut off the left third of this. The only time that I ever recall using the D-pad on the N64 was basically when I bought the N64 and thought it was like a Super Nintendo. Then all of a sudden I see that there's a third dimension and I put my thumb on that corrugated stick and I never looked back. I mean, what do you want me to say? There's 17 Mario parties came out for this. Mario 64, Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. Every good collectathon that's ever come out in platforming. The wrestling games? I forgot about the wrestling games. GoldenEye changed first-person shooters forever. Star Fox 64, the world's inspired the map from Slay the Spire. Diddy Kong Racing. Yeah, sure, Zelda or whatever. Oh man, Star Wars, Episode 1 Pod Racer. There's two types of people in the world. Oh, you're going to say people who choose Anakin and people who choose Sebulba. Wrong. People who race with Mars Guo because he's got the highest top speed, and people who race with Team Topagales because he's got the best acceleration, okay? Wave Race. When I got Wave Race, the water blew my mind. I thought that it was photorealistic. Anyway, there's no point in talking about the consoles that I like the most, because if anything, everybody agrees. There's so many duplicates on this list, man. It's driving me crazy. PlayStation 3. Sorry, that was my stomach. PS3 for me. It's a chicken and the egg. Did I not play the PlayStation 3 as much because of the fact that it was worse than the 360? Or did I not play, or am I rating it worse because I didn't play it as much as I played the 360, you know? This is so rude to say. I feel like this is like, you got the Xbox 360 like if you have friends, and you got the PlayStation 3 if you were like a solo boy. Like on the Xbox 360, you would be like, I'm playing Call of Duty with my friends, and on the PlayStation 3, you'd be like, you guys have fun. I've got to pop in another 6 hours to the new Persona. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm just saying, I guess. I mean, for me, this was like, he's better than the Wii U, but we sacrificed the F tier here to turn it into like, I'm not playing it. Like, the only time I was ever motivated to play the PlayStation 3 and unhook the 360 was for Tokyo Jungle, man. Maybe I'm a little low on this, but I don't have a lot of great memories of this, honestly. I wasn't big into the Last of Us Uncharted style gaming. Just wasn't, just wasn't my tempo. Had a Blu-ray player. This was around the era I stopped watching things on discs. I was a bit of an early adopter on the streaming service. Plus, the Xbox 360 had fucking Netflix, dude. That was crazy. Some of y'all weren't there. You never gone over to your friend's house and he's watching Breaking Bad on his Xbox 360 and you're like, oh, what's going on with this show? And he's like, oh, it's pretty good actually. And then you watch Hank get in a shootout with two members of the Mexican drug cartel with absolutely no context at like the end of season 2. And you're like, yeah, it seems pretty good. Then 5 years later, you go back and watch the whole show and you're like, man, that was actually like... It's a big spoiler. I shouldn't have been watching that. That's season 4? No, I don't think. There's a season 2 with the two twins from the Mexican cartel. Maybe that feels like a season 2 to me. That's season 3? It's the end of season 2? Season 3, whatever. Season 3 then. 2 for sure. It's slow. Breaking Bad is not slow. Come on. Certified snoozer? You know what? You're a certified snoozer, honestly. Motherfuckers will watch 1,100 episodes of One Piece in 2 months and then be like, Breaking Bad didn't respect my time. How many episodes of Breaking Bad are there? There's like 53 episodes or something like that? Okay, there's one episode that's not worth watching. Everything else is very good to great, though. This is another PlayStation 3, or have I lost my mind? Listen, I don't mind when people are saying that The Fly is a good episode. The people who are saying Fly is the best episode are high on Podnews. I'm an adult. When I was watching the show, I was like, oh, this isn't my favorite episode, but you just finish the episode, you move on to the next episode. It's not like after 5 seconds, I was like, oh, look at my phone, scroll, buy products that I saw on Instagram, oh, go to Twitter, I'm 3 minutes into a 44-minute long episode of television. Can anybody tell me if it gets better? My time is really valuable and I don't want to waste it. Like, I just finished the damn show. But come on, it's not like the best episode of all time. You're crazy. Anyway, PlayStation 3 Slim did not have. Xbox One, I can tell because there's a Kinect here, right? Wait, wasn't the Kinect built into the... I lived through this, I should remember. I bought it at launch, and I have had a horrible experience with this. I'm not going to say that it was everybody had to have the same experience. But first it came out, best game on it was Dead Rising 3. Second best game, Rise, Son of Rome. 54 on Metacritic, something ridiculous. Now, people will be like, Rise of Rome wasn't that bad. It wasn't good, but it wasn't that bad. So already it got off to a pretty terrible start. I mean, I'm not going to say the PlayStation 4 started that much better, but at least there were some indie games. What was people were like, the actual killer app that the PlayStation 4 launched with was like an indie space shooter. Yeah, Resogun. Thank you. It's been a while. Catch my ass getting gaslit into playing like 15 hours of Resogun. It's a good game, but like, regardless, I did also own Knack. I don't even know if I ever opened it, honestly. But then, let the console simmer for like, must have been like 2 years or something like that, playing indie games on the PlayStation 4. Wondering if the Ouya is going to change the world. Boot up my Xbox One to play some... basically, because I owned one, I was like, let's justify the money I paid for this thing. Let's play The Witcher 3 on this. Played maybe 15, 20 hours of The Witcher 3 for the first time it came out. Washed out. Came back to my Xbox One later. it became our Game of Thrones machine because we had Blu-rays for Game of Thrones that were sent to us by a fan. Just using it as a DVD player, the fucker failed like 35% of the time. It would fail to boot. It would require like unplugging the power cord, counting to 10, plugging it back in. Sometimes you would click on the Blu-ray app to play the Blu-ray player, and it would be like, you're not authorized to do this. So you would turn it on, turn it off again, or turn it off, turn it on again, and it would be like, I was just kidding last time. Just a really, really bad Blu-ray player, which is crazy. So I just didn't get any enjoyment out of this at all. Because it's a console, not a Blu-ray player, then they should try putting some games on this thing. In that case, one of these is a 3DS, and the other one is a 3DS $99 extra dollars edition, right? It's OG 3DS, then XL. Okay, I'll be honest, I don't think I ever used the OG. I did use the 3DS XL. I played some games. I played, trying to think. I played Pokemon Art Academy on this. I played a lot of Monster Hunter. There's got to be some other stuff that I have played on this as well. I actually played a decent amount of Link Between Worlds. I never finished it, but I definitely got past the halfway. I think I played a lot of Super Mario 3D Land too. Either way, I did play Fire Emblem Awakening. I'm going to say that I remember we went to Japan. I played that for like, but I played 8 to 12 hours of Fire Emblem Awakening. Either way, I would be inclined, for me, I'm going to put the 3DS right there. I know you might have thought that I would have played more of it, but I think I maybe got into it a little bit late. And I think I just hate visual gimmicks. Like, this is basically just, it's the console that's better if you ignore the fact that it's got a 3D slider on the side of it. It's a classic Nintendo playbook of like, we added a gimmick and then please just ignore the gimmick. Same thing, like if you forget about Wii Sports, this console is a lot better if you just never play anything that uses motion controls. Switch, I can't remember the last time I actually touched the screen on the Switch. I do it all via the Joy-Cons. And the Wii U, we don't even talk about because I don't know, I probably spent like less than 40 hours total with this console. So I'm probably missing out on some stuff on the 3DS. That being said, I mean, C is pretty good. In Canada, that's like a 67. Listen, if you like the 3D on the 3DS, all I'm going to say is that your eyes are built different. Like, I might have abnormal eyes. Like, if you cranked it up high enough, it would give me a headache. And if you didn't crank it up high enough, it was like looking at a magic eye puzzle, but like not knowing how to do a magic eye. I'm not a big 3D guy, but still, it's a good handheld. I don't know what you do with the Virtual Boy. Everyone knows it's shit. I've been saved by a couple of game store angels, I'm now realizing, in my life. Because my parents, we talked about the Dreamcast. Admittedly, they saved me from playing, Soul Calibur and Power Stone, Panzer Dragoon Saga, or Panzer Dragoon. No, wait, I'm thinking that's the Saturn. Either way, the game store employee was like, you might not want to buy this yet. Let's see if Sega's going to be around a year from now. Virtual Boy, same thing. We went to a game store called Nomax. My parents were like, we think he'd like a Virtual Boy. And then the employee was like, hey, there's been reports that it's making children go blind and giving them really bad headaches. And they said, oh, never mind. Probably saved me. I appreciate that the clerk, he could have easily sold it. But instead he was like, he felt like he had a duty for public health. I definitely played it at like Toys R Us. But I don't think I mean, come on. I did not play or own this. This is the 17th Xbox that we got. This is... Somebody needs to remake this fucking list. Anybody out here who's like trying to rank 17 different SKUs of the Xbox and the PS1 and the PS2, it's not what the people want. What the people want is just one representative from each generation, okay? It's too much. Now are these all duplicates? No. Because what is this? Is this a 3DO? That's the Saturn? Shit looks like a vacuum cleaner. Okay, I did not own a Saturn. And the rest are duplicates? Listen, I'm sorry to say, not to be rude, there's like 27 duplicates, okay? And you missed consoles. Where's my Sega CD? Where's my 3DO? Where's my Jaguar? Where's my Lynx? Where's my Ouya? Where's the Steam Deck? There's so much stuff you're missing on this list. Where's Commodore 64, Intellivision, ColecoVision? Like, the hell happened? Anyway, take a screenshot. I feel like this is pretty fair. For me. There's nothing in here that I put finesse on. I guess what I'm learning is that like I don't feel like I feel like there's a lot of mid consoles. Chat's doing the 2-button thing. They're like, how have you played me flaming NL for having not played half of these consoles versus me calling NL rich because he almost got a Virtual Boy in 1996? Like, I don't have control over any of this. Gen Z like, psh, hitting the Sean Wasabi on it. You can buy them now? I'm sorry to tell you, my ass is not buying a PSP now and playing like 15 FPS Killzone in the comfort of my own home. It's never happening. Anyway, let's close out that tier list. Boop. This concludes your broadcast day. Click. Okay, that's video game tier list. Let's see if there's any other tier makers that are popping off. Another one? Well, only if we can find one. You got to remember, the average person who uses tier maker is 14 years old and from Brazil. So like, they're all about Five Nights at Freddy's and soccer. All the most popular ones are about Five Nights at Freddy's and soccer. So we do have to sort a little bit, okay? Door handle tier list. Now that is up my alley. Hang on. Door handle. Door tier list. Okay, we're not going to do that. That one's not quite right. Doorknob handle tier. There's like 17 too hot to handle tier lists. That's the Netflix show where the people try not to have intercourse with each other and then fail because they're hot. Too hot to handle, some people might say. Doorknob and handle tier list. Listen, I'm not doing a doorknob or handle that tier list that only has like 6 options. Maybe something like this. Tier maker. Probably zoom out a little bit. By the way, can I just say, I felt vindicated today. I went to Google Finance as soon as I woke up, as I always do. Check and see how the S&P 500 is doing. There was a survey of Canadian consumers ranking stores based on how much they liked them. Number 1, Canadian Tire. It got like a 73.7 out of 100. Fair enough. I'm not a handy guy. I go to Canadian Tire now and then. Canadian Tire, to me, it kind of feels like Walmart, but I don't dislike being inside of the store. I don't have a problem with Canadian Tire. Number two, Costco, 73.6. I felt so vindicated at that moment. I've been so gaslit about Costco over the past like 3 or 4 weeks. All of a sudden, I realized that normies agree with me. I was a little surprised to see that Costco doesn't get over Canadian Tire, but that's okay. Probably because it's a little bit more exclusive. All right, this is where we are now. We have reached the bottom of the content barrel, and I'm going to just plow right through it and see what's below even that. This is a tier list of door handles. Now, I people that watch this stream more often will know that I actually have some strong feelings on doors. Part of it is because I read Don Norman's The Design of Everyday Things, which is a goated book. If your brain is broken, like my brain is broken, and you have problems putting things together, or oftentimes you find yourself, for example, pulling on a push door or pushing on a pull door. It put into words what the frustrations that my brain had been dealing with its whole life, which is like, why do you have you should design the door in such a way that you can't open it the wrong way. If it's a push, you put the metal rectangle on it so you literally can't pull. And if it's a pull, you put something pullable on it. Like, okay, anyway. Regardless, I have somewhat strong feelings about door handles. Some of these are not just related to the design of them from a functional perspective, but also, the hand feel. If you can have a mouth feel, you can also have a hand feel. So let's just get started, okay? We're going S all the way to Shadow Realm. I like that. Now I'm going to start you right here. This door handle, I feel like just in my head, I'm grabbing the door handle and it's unsatisfying. It's not set properly in the hole. So when you grab it, it's kind of like it's wobbly a little bit. And like when you turn it, you're not exclusively getting rotational torque. Some of your energy is being wasted because the doorknob itself is lifting up and down while you do it. So for me, I'm just going to have to go ahead and say that this is a D tier doorknob straight out of the gates. Now, this just reminded me that I think maybe I hate these doorknobs because this is what the doorknobs were like in my off-campus house in second year of university. One of the doorknobs, you ever have a doorknob where if you open it too fast, the knob falls off? One of my housemates, and we could have just fixed it, but we were busy drinking. One of my housemates had a doorknob like that. His doorknob fell off on the inside of his room, thus trapping him inside of the room. We let him out. From that point onwards, he kept a butter knife in his room. So if he got trapped in his room, he could put the butter knife into the other side of the door handle and then use that to twist open the door. Q, one day, he's in class, and then me and some of my other housemates are eating breakfast in the kitchen, and we get a knock on our door, and there's two students there laughing, and they say, "Hey, there's a middle-aged Asian woman on your balcony begging for help." And we said, "Oh, really? Like, that doesn't seem likely." Lo and behold, we go upstairs, and we hear his mom go just rattling the damn door, going like, excuse me, can you help me? Excuse me, it's blank's mom, I'm stuck. And she didn't know the knife trick, obviously. We didn't know that she was even in our house. She just came in the middle of the night and stayed over, I guess. And I mean, that's a legendary story in my world. But anyway, that train has sailed. It was door stuck. Oh, man. And so the end of the story is I'm ashamed to say that I was laughing too hard to feel good about opening the door. Because I was like, if I open the door and she sees like 5 college students like openly guffawing in her face. Like that's destructive to someone's self-esteem. So it was like I felt bad, but I was like, I can't open the door. But I went downstairs, and then one of my other housemates put on a straight face for long enough to open the door and let her out. Anyway, it wasn't me. I did not do the right thing there. I did what I thought would preserve her self-esteem. Anyway, now this door handle is certainly weird, but if you're asking me, at the end of the day, do I prefer doorknobs or door handles? I mean, I prefer door handles without a doubt, at least for hand feel, because they're affixed tightly to the door. You can almost tell just by looking at it that when you grab it, it's affixed to the substrate, and when you pull it, you're going to be or push it, I suppose. But I mean, I don't know why you're pushing a handle. Regardless, you should be, the force that you're using is translating to the door. You're not. There's no inefficiency there. So even though this is a little gross, I would be inclined to put it at least above rickety ass knob that doesn't turn well. Now, again, it's probably worth noting that this is a tier list that's for fun, okay? I don't know if I've ever used one of these, but it just feels like these buttons are unsatisfying to press. I mean, now that I'm looking at it, like I would prefer this with the chunky buttons to this, which just looks psychotic. I don't know if you need like a special tool to hit the buttons. Even this, listen, it just, to me, it seems like you shouldn't need 12 buttons in order to get a password for your house. Like I feel like 10 buttons is pretty reasonable. I'm looking at all the ones with codes. I do not like that for sure. Okay, I'm inclined. I think I've made my decision. Truth be told, as we've talked about handles versus knobs, a handle that rotates, to me, it's not as satisfying as a handle that is affixed firmly, but it's certainly better than a circular knob. And I'm looking at like my own doorknobs in my house right now, and I'm saying handle that rotates, pretty good. Now, I'm feeling like maybe the buttons are a little non-chunky. I feel like when you press them, you're like, this is unsatisfying, but I'm still going to leave it up in the C tier here. It is left facing too. It's very weird. I guess they're left facing because now that I think about it, I'm like, mine is right facing, but then if I go to the other side of my door, is right facing. Obviously. Now, because the handles are anyway. You're not going to have it set up like a shuriken or something. Now, finally, a hit doorknob. I don't know if I would put this in the S tier because I feel like the thing that happens with the key in the tilde is that when you turn the key, you're also turning the handle a little bit, which is a little annoying. But apart from that, like this is a classic. This is, for me, this is like a if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I have no problem with this, and I would be inclined to put it in the A tier. Just because it's basic doesn't mean it has to be in the B tier. Like a good ham and cheese sandwich might beat a bougie fried cauliflower sandwich. You don't give it extra points just because it's a little bit more, inventive necessarily. I mean, we're talking about door handles here. We're not talking about opera. I put a lot of respect on Keep It Simple, Stupid. Now, I don't know what I'm looking at here. No, yes, I do. It's a kind of. So it's a cylindrical handle, and it's a sliding barn door. I kind of thought it was like a folding barn door. It's a slide. I'm seeing like an angle in the middle, like a fold. It's a push-pull. I feel like I'm going crazy. I don't know if I've ever seen a door like this. Like, is this the kind of door where in like a place where hamburgers cost $21, this would be the door? How this would be how you go into the bathroom? Yes. Okay. So you can push it from both sides. I definitely prefer a push to a pull. Okay, I like these doors. I got nothing against these doors. It's a gastropub ass door. Okay. I mean, just to be honest with you, I would put this straight up in the A tier as well. Not every, so listen, some doors need a lock, some doors don't. This door, if it's a gastropub bathroom door, doesn't need a lot of security. I like a handle that you can hit with your forearm so you don't get your hands as dirty. I might, and this is a little crazy, maybe. If in my house, I would never have these because it would make your house look like a prison. But when I'm out in public, my favorite kind of door is like a beige door, little glass window. The size of the window is fairly irrelevant, but then the door itself, the handle, is just the metal rectangle. You know exactly what you basically don't even have to stop walking. You just, while you're walking, you turn to the side, you put your shoulder on the metal rectangle, and you just keep going as long as nobody's on the other side of it. That's my favorite kind of door, but they don't even have that here. Now, this is absolutely psychotic. I feel like you have to separate the, not for engineering reasons, but like for usability reasons. You have to separate the mechanism you're unlocking from the thing that you turn in order to open the door. Like this is Shadow Realm for sure. This also, to me, I'm putting this one a little higher, not by much, but I think on the Psycho like locked handles, I'm moving it up above this one, which is just crazy. This one to me feels like you run a business out of the ground floor of your home, and you need like some higher security maybe on your basement than you do on your regular level. Like it seems to me like maybe you're like a CPA and your accounting office in your basement requires this door. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I this is let me put it this way as well. This feels like an exterior door with security to me. This feels like an interior door with security. To each their own. Now this is like a hotel door with a little key slot that you can enter the key in, insert the key in. It's got a lot of advantages. It's a metal rectangle. You know I love it. It's got a handle. It's got the benefit of a handle, but it's also firmly affixed to the wall. I feel like I have to put this in the S tier. The one thing I'm going to say though is that this, even though it's in the S tier, it's not the superior hotel door. They've now moved to the like the NFC reader instead of the key inserter. So they've come a long way. And I prefer those. I had a lot of keys not work with this, but anyway, I like it. And you're not, so I saw someone in chat say it makes a great sound. It definitely does make a great sound. Like when it scans and it confirms you, it goes like beep, clunk. It is nice. Do these still work if the power goes out, or am I going to have to bring a butter knife into all my hotel rooms from now on? Now this, I'm anti knob to some extent, but this is close to like the platonic ideal for a knob to me. I would probably prefer this one. There's just something, maybe it's nostalgia. I must have had these in a house when I was a little kid, with the little the rotator to lock it, and then someone could stick like a quarter into the slot and unlock it. I can just feel the brushed aluminum like in my hand right now. Um, I got nothing against this one. I would be inclined to throw it in the B tier, absolutely. And you know what? I think that we don't need to go through too much of a song and dance. I would put this one right in the B tier as well. They listen. This one does have a lock, but the lock is easily circumvented. It's more for your own peace of mind. But then this one has a nicer aesthetic to me than this one. But anyway, coming to take me away for my takes. This Minecraft ass doorknob. I mean, I feel like this is fine on a drawer. This for a drawer knob, it's okay. I can't explain why. Someone that knows interior design more than me is going to have to explain why that makes sense. But for a door, I mean, there's a reason that they're rounded. You know, if you're opening a door, it's somewhat heavy. It puts a little bit of pressure on your hand. You don't want many sharp edges. It just seems to me like I don't really know what this is going for. But you know, if they had two of these squares and then a metal bar in the middle, oh, that would be S tier, dude. And then you grab the metal bar and you pull. But just as the knob itself, and doesn't this look like something you would like find in a rock climbing gym? It wouldn't be a very difficult grab, but at the same time, it just seems like, why are you punishing me for trying to go somewhere? Who gave you the right? This is a Shadow Realm for me. Now, I feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit. What is this? Is this a very small rod on a door? You turn it? A twister? I'm just being honest. Is this like a European thing? My impression of a North American whenever they see something that's slightly different than what they've seen their whole life? Is this from damn Europe or something? Not at all. To me, it looks like you didn't pay your contractor. Like you wanted like a big rod to open the door, but then like your check bounced and they took like a saw and went and cut the tops off your door handles. This just doesn't look satisfying to me. I'm going to have to put this in the D tier. I apologize. I never thought I would be so confused. I find myself very confused by what I'm looking at here. It's a door handle that becomes a flashlight. Okay. I'm just going to be straight up with you. I'm putting that right in the Shadow Realm. I know people do not. Well, it's like in cooking, people don't like single-use devices, right? They're always like, you should never buy something that's just like an egg cuber. You should never buy a melon baller or something like that. You should just buy like a good knife and then you can cube your own eggs because your knife can also do other stuff. For me, I'm almost at like the opposite for the rest of my house. I want everything in my house to do like one thing and one thing only. Because my experience is like, I don't want a door handle that's also a flashlight, but it's kind of shitty at both. I'm like, 99.9% of the time, I'm like, this door handle's kind of shitty. And then 0.1% of the time, I'm like, thank God I got this shitty flashlight. Especially, in the phone era, this just seems like essentially completely irrelevant to me. Yes, thank you. Like modern software development paradigm. I don't want a method that does two things. I want two methods that do one thing, and if you have to do those two things, then you make another method that calls those two things, or you get the idea. I like it all to be. I like every house to be built out of pieces, not like modular pieces, not like grouped units. Single responsibility principle. Thank you for putting the words, the thing that I forgot. This is just a classic door handle. I got nothing against this. I don't know if I'd throw it straight in the S tier because I don't think it makes a cool sound. I'd be inclined to at least throw it in the A tier. Well, I'm sorry, I can't throw it in the A tier. I have to throw it in the S tier because like I threw these in the A tier, and these always have a little bit of you gotta finick with them a little bit because the key like it's always like the lock itself turns when you put the key in, and then you gotta like hold the handle down and then turn the lock. This is better than that. I'll give it some credit for that. I mean, this obviously belongs in the shadow realm. I don't know what this is. I don't know if you put something in the mouth. I don't want to do that. I don't. It is Craigasm. And then yet again, I don't know what I'm looking at here. I feel like this is a bottle opener hanging on a hook. This is a push. It's a thumb press door. Thumb button door? Oh, yes, okay. So you grab a handle and then go thunk. It's dude. Whatever happened to these boys? These used to be everywhere. These used to be on like every suburban house's front door. Now every house has like those Scandinavian doors where like even if the house only has 7-foot tall ceilings, the front door is like 25 feet tall. It's made of slate, and then it has like a chrome handle, and then like one incredibly thin window on the other side. I'm not talking about Norway, Talia. I'm talking about, okay, it's not in Scandinavia, but I'm talking about Iceland, okay? We've been going to open houses lately, so we've been driving through all these neighborhoods where like people have taken their Vancouver specials and then demoed them and then built modern houses on top of them, and like every single one of them is like it's got like a 17-foot high mahogany door and then like a little thin rectangular window. They're not really McMansions. I don't know. We need a new name for the Icelandic mansions. Reykjavik mansions. It's like it has an alliteration, but it's not as good. Anyway, I work in door and hardware manufacturing. Is it possible for, and this is a genuine question, okay? Is it possible to make doors that when you open them, don't leave a space to put your thumb in, so that if you close the door on it, you end up getting one of these? See, it doesn't look as, it's actually come a long way. What you're looking at right now is like, that's my thumb healing after I smashed my thumbnail in my back door and then the whole nail fell off. The nail is growing back, but it's taken its sweet time. I'm telling you, the door did a number on it, man. I do remember my wife saying I came up and said, don't freak out, but I hurt my thumb really bad. She looked at it and said, that's not that bad. Then on her stream, she lit me up for like 20 minutes. She was like, he came up and he was like, it's one of the most painful experiences of my entire life. And then I streamed like 20 minutes after. And then I dropped my cheddar jalapeno muffin on the ground. Anyway, I'm not big on the thumb door. I would put it in the C. It's not as bad as like these are basically like don't like you and don't know what I'm looking at, but feel like I would not like you. This is also really bad. This is another one where I feel like on average you have to rotate like 90 degrees to open a door. On these, for some reason, you have to rotate like 90 degrees. Then you rotate another 20 where it doesn't actually turn, and then you rotate another 30 and it finally opens. Like these ones just don't have good fidelity. It's a weird, inefficient doorknob. I got to put this right down here. I mean, to be honest with you, if I'm being realistic, I think the crystal probably beats the brass. Like the brass ones, I feel like they just fall off like crazy. But again, that's based on my own personal experience. I think crystal clears it by a little bit, but not enough to bring it up here. This is a thumb doorknob. I definitely hate the way that it looks, but separate lock, a fixed handle. I got nothing against this. This is what I grew up with. This is like a classic. I'm putting it in low B, I think. Now, this looks like a door you have to suck on to open it. Am I losing my mind? What is this? It's a breathalyzer. They should have this in bars, but like not to make sure you're sober before you go in, but to make sure you're like drunk enough to pay $12 for a Michelob Ultra. I honestly, I just don't know what it is. Nobody knows what it is. What is this? It looks, maybe you push in the front part. I have no idea. Go to the shadow realm. I mean, this is a classic Don Norman situation. A door is a very simple machine. It divides two areas, or divides one area into two areas. All you have to do is figure out how to open it, okay? And if you can't figure out how to open it by looking at it, probably in 0.1 seconds, but especially if you're looking at it and talking about it for 30 seconds, then your doorknob is fucked. You're fired. This is unless this is like the door to get to part 2 of an escape room, it doesn't make sense to me. So I'm putting it in the shadow realm. Now this is going to sound crazy, but this door handle is worse than the other door handle. Because this feels like you could actually mess something up in your shoulder by shaking hands with it and then trying to pull. Like that doesn't feel like that's an action that human beings should be doing that often. Wrapping your hand around the hand and then pulling makes sense, but to have to like grip it like that and then slide it back doesn't feel right to me. So I'm taking it a step further. I'm honestly gonna banish it to the shadow realm. Unless it was like, you know, you grab it and then it's like your handshake is good enough and then it just slides open or something like that. I think it would be cool if this was like the door to a bathroom for a bar that sold picklebacks, but it's probably not sanitary. This is they should have put this last because there's more meat on the Jaime Lannister door, as Jay just said. Because this is just a little pocket door like this. I got nothing for it, and I got nothing against it. This is like the sort of thing in like in a Vancouver condo or something like that. This would be like the door that separates your bathroom from your bedroom in a 1-bedroom apartment that's 400 square feet. And then the realtor would be like, so this is your ensuite. And you're like, the whole apartment is just one room, basically. How can I have an ensuite? It doesn't make any sense. Well, you see, you don't have to walk 3 extra feet out into your living room and then turn left and go into your bathroom. Instead, you could just go straight from your bed into your bathroom. So, I mean, it serves a purpose, but I mean, I'm not that fond of it. I really thought this would be more contentious, to be honest. Like this is not. Everybody seems to mostly be on the same page here. You know what we should do? Take a screenshot of this. And I'm very passionate about this as well. If you think I'm crazy about Norman doors, don't get me fucking started on shower controls. Every single shower has a different control, especially if you're in a hotel. Some of them just have the one knob and you turn it and it goes like cold to hot. And then maybe you pull a tab to get it to come out of the top. Some of them have two knobs, tab. Some of them have two knobs, switch. Some of them have two, like one lever for hot, one lever for cold. Isn't that the plumber's job? Like, I'm not supposed to be mixing my own cocktails in the shower. And that's even like, sometimes you get some, they've got like inter-geared levers. Maybe, just let me take a look here. Maybe somebody did the work for me. I have had to, it's so embarrassing. I have had to call maintenance in hotels and be like, show me how the shower works. Because I've gone in there and been like, I sit there for 5 minutes. And then one time I was like, hey, maintenance, can you come up? Our shower doesn't work. I swear to you, the dude came in and he's like, oh, here's what you do. He turned the water knob and then he pulled up on the whole tap. I've never seen it before or since. We got to stop these shower control engineers. They don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. Why don't they just, the lever, one lever and one tab is totally fine. Or two levers, one tab, or it's just crazy. Okay, I'm just typing shower into this is why I have my screen off right now. Shower products, OTH shower tier list. Bath shower tier list. There's literally like 4 items on this thing. What are you talking about? 5e monastic tradition tier list. Yu-Gi-Oh characters based on how greasy their hair is. How Attack on Titan characters smell tier list. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with his website? Shower list. This is just a picture of like a bunch of people's friends. TF2 characters based on how many times they shower per week. I'm losing it, man. Dota characters based on how often they shower. I'm dying, man. I'm dying. Nobody made a shower head tier list? Sort by alphabetical. It's not going to help me. Okay. Bath. I'm just typing bath. League of Baths. Yep, I should have known. Ranking League characters by how often they've taken a bath. Bath and Body Works fragrances. Bath's favorite anime characters. Persona Bathhouse. Bath and Body Works candles. Hey, Papa Jose, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. You know what? How about interior design? Interior design tier list. I think if I could get the screen region to work for this, this would be good. So, by the way, I know nothing about interior design. But I did watch a lot of Trading Spaces growing up. I'm sure Jay will have some opinions. This is an interior design theme tier list. Now the pictures are so small that I think you have to be an entomologist in order to see them. But it is what it is. I'm realizing I don't know what any of this shit is. But I could definitely, I could start you off pretty easy, okay? The Bohemian style, I can tell you straight up, I could tell you right from the get-go, way too many pillows on the sofa. If there's a style I've made fun of a lot, it's not because I think it looks bad, it's just not my scene. It's like 24-year-old TikTok influencer and all of her vertical videos are shot with like, there's more plants on her wall than there are outside in nature. That's like that's the easiest style of interior design for me to make fun of, okay? And I feel like Bohemian embodies a lot of that. It's not the worst though. The worst is like the Garfield house. So that's like a C. Bohemian's like a C. Now Bauhaus, admittedly, as someone who is non-interior design pilled, I don't fully know what is the embodiment of this, but I like it. if if my living room looked like this, I be like I'm thrilled with it? No, but I would be like, "Oh, that's a nice living room." It's minimal, modern, industrial. I will say, I mean, if we're talking, let's assume this is a living room. I am North American. I don't like a living room that has like five different chairs instead of a sofa and maybe a couple chairs. So I think I have to rank this like a little lower as a result. Like I'm a little sofa pilled. Like I feel like a living room is anchored around the couch. So I gotta give you this, but I do like looking at this design for sure. What is Art Nouveau? New art. Oh, we have some French speakers in the chat. Thank you, thank you. I'm looking, and I'm like, Art Nouveau. It looks nice to me. You know what? I do have a phone. You're not wrong. It's Wes Anderson core. Here, let me get some supplemental information here. Art Nouveau interior design. Art Nouveau is an ornamental style of art characterized by the use of a long, sinuous, organic line. What are the characteristics of Art Nouveau interior design? Organic lines, intricate patterns, diverse use of materials, and earthy colors. I almost feel like I should look at example of art. Well, you know what? I'm looking at the pictures here, and to me, this looks like when you go to it's the area in Disneyland that is after the outside, but before you get on the ride itself. I feel like it's when you're walking through. Yeah, it's Toontown. That's a great way to describe it from what I'm seeing on Google Images right now. This feels like it's staged to walk through and distract you before you get on like the Little Mermaid seashell. I'm going to be honest, I thought I liked it from this image. From what I'm seeing on Google Images, I am giving it a I'm taking it down to a D. I don't think I could live in a house like this, to be honest. Just the images that I'm seeing on Google image search are driving me crazy. Now, Mediterranean design, I feel like this is all over John Wick 2. We got big, comfortable couches. We've got like a lot of white furniture. It's A or B. Very elven. So true. Very elven. I'm just being honest. This is also not really my style. I'm not saying it looks bad, but I don't think. I mean, if we're talking about, if I was in a hotel room that looked like this, I would be like, wow, this hotel room looks nice. But if this was my house, I think I would be like, this doesn't feel like my house. This feels like I bought a house from Iron Chef Mario Batali or something like that. I'm just gonna say it's not my tempo. It's not as bad as the Toontown, but I'll put it in. I'll put it in C. So glam. This is like it's white and gold, right? Just like that dress from Instagram. This is like Mar-a-Lago. Deliberately garish, maybe, is the way to describe it. It's also not my style. But I'll be honest, as much as this is not my style, I would rather live in Mar-a-Lago than live in Toontown. So I'm gonna at least put it in the C tier. Now, cottagecore. I'm realizing that maybe it's not that I don't know a lot about interior design. Maybe I just know what I like and I hate everything else. I also don't really like cottagecore. I don't like light wood, wood that's painted white, exposed, roof beams. That's not my. I like the fucking a room that you go in and the wall is like two rows of concrete squares, and you can even see like bolts in them or something like that. That's my style. And then like just like a brushed concrete floor or something like that. Really? Yeah, I guess. Like this doesn't look warm and inviting to me. When I look at this, I smell something. I'm smelling old wood. I'm smelling a place that because it's their summer home, they didn't really worry about upkeep. I'm smelling it and I'm not liking what I smell, honestly. I'm putting it in the C tier. Now, organic modern. This is like glam, but you replace the gold with plants, right? Gabagool77, thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. I was going to say, Kate, this is like how our house is decorated. This looks to me like the way that we've decorated our house. It's like half me. Well, I mean, she designed the whole thing, to be fair, but it's like half open, and then we have like furniture that looks like it's made out of stone, like a Minecraft house. And then we've got like some furniture that's like fabric, you know? Yeah, it's fairly standard. We have a Minecraft dining table for sure. It's basically like a stone rectangle and then two stone benches. Please don't describe it like it's a Minecraft. All right, if people saw our dinner table, they would be like, so the top comment would be Minecraft ass dinner table. But I like it. Except sometimes the bench looks like it's really heavy, but sometimes I'm sitting on it, my wife's sitting on the other side, and then she stands up, and then the bench like almost tips over because of my weight. And I'm like, I wish that it was a little heavier so that didn't happen. But anyway, I like this though. I would definitely throw this up in the A tier. Now I do need to go check on. I need to check on Scandinavian interior design because I think I just used that as like as a catch-all. I'm looking at some examples. I'm seeing white walls. I'm seeing open spaces. I'm seeing dark wood tables. I'm seeing IKEA showrooms. You know what I like what I'm seeing? I'm seeing minimal furniture and a lot of open space. I love it. Absolutely no doubt. As I look at this here, this is S tier for me. I'm okay, by the way. I'm not trying to create any friction in my household. I am okay with organic modern. To be honest, I think that like I don't see the world. I think that my eyes see the world and then it just translates it into like I don't even know what to say. Like I'm not very observant. I think I'm like a robot, you know? Hey, Papa Jose, thank you for the gifted subscriptions, by the way. Thank you. Like, I think I'm a robot. It's like I am capable of seeing the world around me, but for the most part, I'm just like on way to fridge. Like I turn the visual information that I see is actually just like data point scaffolding to aid me in completing whatever task I move to the top of the priority queue. And then Kate will be like, how did you not notice that there's like cat vomit on the ground? And I'm like, I was on my way to the fridge. Unless I stepped in it, how would I notice it? Cat vomit on floor is irrelevant to completion of fridge-related task. It's really called Japandi? when a streamer, my reaction when a streamer goes to Tokyo. Okay, Japandi interior design. I'm I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I know it's so bad chestable. I am a sucker for like Japanese and Korean coffee shop design for sure. Like whenever Chib or Justin watch those like Korean coffee shop, I lived there too. But whenever they watch those like Korean coffee shop ASMR videos, I'm like, this. It looks the place looks fucking nice, man. They got great. It's got great interior design. I mean, a lot of these look pretty similar, but I'm seeing more wood. Sure, I'm seeing some quite a lot of exposed wood. I mean, this is like Scandinavian design, but Japanese. It's similar to organic modern as well. What's it called? Organic. I guess wood's organic. I like it. I got nothing. But I will say, you know what's funny is that if in my head, it's like this is what every Japanese house looks like. The same way, like if you watch Korean coffee shop videos, you're probably like, oh, interior design in Korea is so good. Then you actually like go to a Korean person's house and it's like 15,000 old blankets and stuff like that. And like I'm thinking, admittedly, I'm thinking of your parents' house here, Kate. But like they got the ab workout thing in the living room, like the gurney you strap yourself in, and then you're on like the circle, and you're supposed to like go upside down and then go back up, like. But if you design it deliberately in this style, yeah, I like this too. I mean, I like it as much as I like Scandinavian, honestly. Coastal. Okay, so this is like a Greek restaurant. Um, by the way, organic modern, I'm being told, is the number one image when you Google Japan interior design. So, you know, there's definitely some Venn diagrams here. Um, this is like a beach house. I don't mind. I feel like correct me if I'm wrong here, Kate. I feel like some of the houses my parents have decorated when they've lived in them have had a little bit of a coastal style. Now I would say they're almost a little bit more on the organic modern train a little bit, but I've lived in some pseudo coastal type houses. Not really at all. I would agree to disagree on that. Oh, you know what I'm thinking? This is kind of like your sister's house, where everything in the house is nautical themed. Like in every single room, there's like a pillow with a boat on it, or like a plaque that says like, I'd rather be lost at the lake than find myself anywhere else. I don't hate it, but like yeah, oars on the wall, exactly. Anchors mounted on stuff, like old maps. I don't hate it. I don't love. I mean, honestly, if I like the sea, I do. I would put it as like for me, it's like the top of the. It's like the top of the C tier. Now Memphis. This looks to me kind of like the Garfield house. I've never heard of Memphis interior design, but every piece of furniture in this picture has a different color, and that feels wrong to me. By the way, I Googled Memphis interior design. Top two results, okay? First thing, original Carlton cabinet / sculpture / bookshelf. That's a quick $23,041. Or Memphis Plaza women's vanity. That one's really gonna break the bank. It's $52,000 Canadian. Memphis Group. Okay, so this is no joke. This is Garfield House. Honestly, like I think if I went to a restaurant that had this kind of design, it looks like an 80s Duran Duran album cover. If I went to a restaurant like this, I would probably be like, that restaurant is really cool. But looking at the images stresses me out a little bit. I think I respect it more than I like it, and I would also, I don't even know, I think I'd rather live in Toontown, as we're calling this one. French country. This is where Jamie Oliver wishes he lived, right? There's moss growing on the walls. Give me a second here. French country. French country interior design. What is French country interior design style? European elegance with rustic comforts, soothing hues, soft patterns, antique accents. Creates an inviting look that's both polished and lived in. That doesn't sound bad. It sounds okay. Hey, a quick buy for you. $7,200 kitchen island from Wayfair. Okay, I'm looking at images here. I'm just going to be honest. It looks very nice to me. It doesn't necessarily. It wouldn't be like my number one pick, but I think it. I mean, this image. I did see this in the Google image search. This is like the worst image of all the ones that I saw. But yeah, I think it's a good example. It looks like a Food Network show that isn't a competition. It looks like a Food Network show that's just like, hey, welcome to my house. You're going to start with 1.5 sticks of butter, and then you're going to add the ricotta cheese. I love ricotta cheese. It's so creamy. It's almost like it's not even a cheese. It's more like kind of like a cheese icing. And you get the idea. I think I don't mind it. I would put it in the B. Now, what's crazy is I would rather live in the Food Network shows that are competitions that is just like a chrome floor and then like one little table in the middle and 2 kitchen islands. Like that's more my style. The hell is contemporary? It's just the word I use when I can't figure out what else I want to type. Contemporary interior design. This is pretty close to like my the nightmare job for me. Because like I'm looking at this and I'm like, this looks exactly the same as Organic Modern to me. It looks somewhat similar to Scandinavian, and it just has less wood than Japan. Contemporary is what a Holiday Inn Express looks like. That's not that bad. I'm okay with it. I mean, by okay with it, I mean I'd rather not live in a Holiday Inn Express, but like, I at least think is better than any of the other ones down here. And what is transitional? Is this like you bought half your furniture from IKEA and half your furniture from like an expensive furniture store? I did have the offer to get transition lenses from Costco. They tried to upsell me on the transition lenses, and I said, no, that's okay. I'll just take the ones with the blue light filter. I don't know, honestly. Listen. I can tell you, let's leave this one for just a second. Rustic, I think there was a time where this was popping off. Like when everybody redesigned their house, they designed it to be rustic. I'm fairly anti-rustic, I think. That's what your parents' house is. I'm not sure if you always hate what you grow up with or you always love it, or maybe you flip-flop back and forth. This is like not my style, for sure. Like, I think my mom does and my dad do a great job of designing the places that they live in for them, but not for me. Like, it's not like a normal older person's house where there's a fucking chair with like 15 t-shirts folded up on it, and like the treadmill's got a bunch of coat hangers and the couch has plastic over top of it. Like, it's very deliberately designed. It's just not my style, really. So when I go through it, I'm like, oh, it's nice, but it's not for me. Yeah, they do love the exposed beams. They do love like a brick facade on some stuff. That's definitely that's definitely true. I would be inclined to put this rate about here. But this, let's think about personal tastes. Again, I mean, this is crazy, but I am extremely pro minimalistic. Like for me, the second best time that you look at a house is when the previous owners have removed all the furniture and you just open the door and you walk in and it's wide open. The best time is when you put down your bed and your couch and a table. And then it just goes down from there. I don't know. I'm not even going to try to say like it's more functional or something like that. It's just literally like, I don't know, because in our house, it's well designed. I like how our house looks, but I'm bumping into shit all the time. And every time I bump into shit, I'm like, we don't need this. Why do we need a dinner table? We can just eat on the couch. We got hands. We got a coffee table. Why we got stools that tuck under our island as if we're inviting people over and like splitting Chardonnay and talking shit about the other daycare parents. It literally never happens. Get these stools out of here. We don't need these stools. We need the island. The island makes perfect sense because we need space to chop things and like get some mise en place. But I'm like, I don't need a dresser. Right now I need a dresser. If you said we got to throw out this dresser and we're just going to use our closet, I would be like, good. I would throw out 32 t-shirts tomorrow. And I would be completely okay with it. For me, minimalism is close to the top. I don't listen. I'm not the kind of guy who would positively describe something as cozy necessarily. Like to me, this looks cozy. I don't want that. I don't know. I want my shit to look like the restaurant from the menu at the start. I'm not cozy pilled. Okay, farmhouse. By the way, there is worse than this. Kate, I've been telling them we've been going to open houses. Some of the places that show up on, I don't know what word I'm looking at. What's the website? It's not, we don't really use Zillow up here. It's like REW or something like that. Anyway, regardless, some of the websites that show up here, or some of the houses that show up here, like 10% of them look like they were designed by Tony Montana. They're like, the outside of the house is like, it looks like a marble recreation of the White House. And then the inside of it is like the tackiest marble floor you'd ever see. White columns everywhere, like gold accents. It's nuts, man. Tiger skin rugs, say hello to my little friend, posters of Tony Montana on the wall. I don't really respect the farmhouse design either. Like, I would say French Country is like, those are the Food Network shows where the chefs agree with my political beliefs. And then Farmhouse is like the Food Network shows where they disagree with my political beliefs. This, I still wouldn't say it's D tier. I mean, keep in mind that there's a Mar-a-Lago, like, this is a hard stop. You got to be pretty deep down on the list to get past this. This is like the great filter. But I would say a farmhouse is like, it's probably right around there. My mom does love farmhouse design. You're not wrong. I have definitely had times in my life where, like, those big like milk cans. I've definitely had big milk cans in my house, and then you pop off the top of the milk can, and there's a bunch of like plastic bags in there. It probably came with 3 different sleeves of popcorn in it as well. One was lightly buttered, one was caramel, and one was cheese. Mid-century. I'm like of the opinion that this looks heinous now because it's old, but eventually, and maybe it's already happening, eventually this will come back into favor. It's already hip again. I'm glad to hear that because I mean in 1997, if I went to someone's house and it looked like a house from 1955, I would be like, "Ooh, it's so dated in here." Now I would be like, "Whoa, it's like I'm back in the era of like I'm back in the Eisenhower era. Pog, pog." It's been a trend for at least 6 years. That feels very current to me because it takes like a year to renovate your house. So I'm like pretty close to the cutting edge here. I still would not put it in the A tier. Like to me, mid-century is like it's like striped wallpaper, carpet, and bowling shirts. I would still put it. I mean, to be honest, I'm probably putting it in the C tier still, but still industrial. Now this, I got to be careful with this one. I like the industrial facade, but not when people take it too far. I like big windows. I like concrete floors. I like open spaces. What I don't like is, hey, look at my light fixture. It's like an old Cadillac headlight that we turned into a light fixture. Hey, look at our tables. We used like a bunch of old wrenches to make the tables. Like that is a little tacky to me. But like if it's like it's a factory that then they turned into like a house or something like that, and they kept some of the like the concrete and the maybe an exposed pipe or two here and there, that's great. But if it's just like, hey, this is a gastropub inside of the mall, but like the door handle to get into the bathroom is a hammer, then I would be like, okay, that's a little tacky. So I feel okay. I almost feel like the top four right now give me the best parts of industrial without veering into insanity, although minimalism might be like a little too far. You could probably guess how I feel about maximalism based on how I feel about minimalism. I guess it doesn't even mean that your house is like chock full of shit. It just means that like all the furniture and the decorations are like pretty loud. S tier. I mean, Jay, this that seems authentic. Like to me, this feels like the '90s Mighty Ducks jersey to me. If it feels like the purple Arizona Coyotes Kachina jersey. Like it's something I would love in a shirt that I wear to a hockey game once a year, but I don't want to wear it every day, and I certainly don't want to live in it. I'm the kind of, what I want, like this to me, this looks like a library. It looks like the first place in your hometown that started serving vegetarian food. And it was probably called some shit like the Library Cafe. It was also like you could take out books there. There's a pay what you want sort of system, and that's fine. I bet it smelled crazy in there, but it's like it's just I kind of wish it was me because it seems like it has a vibe, but it's not my vibe. So for me, like this is pretty close to. I mean, it might even be at the very bottom, honestly. I sort of don't understand what traditional is. Like contemporary, like don't these change over time? Traditional interior design. Grandma's house? I gotta admit, it does look like grandma's house. Anytime I see a round dining table and like four felt chairs around it, I'm like, that's grandma's house for sure. That's crazy. This is the second house we saw. Hang on. Okay, give me a second. I mean, maybe it's what it's going for. That house, when I think back to it, I'm just like, I don't remember anything. All I remember is the realtor. I think within like 3 seconds of walking into the place, we were like, this isn't for us. All I remember is talking to the realtor. I mean, this is just like a house. Lots of decorative pillows. If there's, I think that honestly, the reason I'm so minimalist is because of the fucking pillows. I think interior design took it too far. Sofas used to have like 3 cushions on the back for 3 people to sit on or like put their backs against. That was great. Then they started adding 2 in the corners. I don't really know what those were for. You could pick one up to hide your boner. That's functional, I guess. But I was okay with 2 pillows. But then they started covering up the place where you actually sit your ass down with pillows, and now you got to either sit uncomfortably or you have to move the pillows in order to sit down, which means you're just pushing the problem away so then like nobody else can sit next to you. It's a 3-person couch, but there's so many pillows, only one person and then 2 piles of pillows can sit on it at the same time. It drives me crazy. The sofa's already comfortable. You don't need pillows. I'll accept 2 pillows like for aesthetics maybe, but anyway, I mean like this I'm okay, listen, I'm putting it up here. The reason is these are all a joke to me. To me. I'll do you one back. In a way, this list is almost like it's like an inverted like Gaussian distribution of or normal distribution of like respect. Like if I walked into your house and your house looked like this, I would be like, "Oh shit, I see you." And if I walked into your house and your house looked like this, I would be, "Wow, I see you." And if I walked into your house and your house looked like, this, I would be like, you guys did a great job on the house." Like I respect that, like on this, I think you've cultivated an aesthetic that I agree with. And on this, you've cultivated an aesthetic I disagree with, but you clearly must like it and you've done it deliberately. And then on these, I'm like, I get it. You like subscribe to a couple magazines or something. You watch a lot of HGTV. I get it. You and your spouse will get a divorce if you don't get a double sink in your new place, okay? I can't believe how many +2s I'm getting. It's scaring the crap out of me because normally when I get -2s, I'm like, I'm telling the truth. So I'm getting so many +2s. I'm like, am I lying? Minimalism, you did nothing? Yeah, but you don't have to do anything. Sometimes don't just, some people are like, don't just stand there, do something. Sometimes you gotta, don't do something, just stand there. Sometimes there's subtraction via addition. Not always, but. Okay. Art Deco, though, I actually like. This is like, this is the Andrew Ryan aesthetic, right? This is the Marine building in downtown Vancouver. If I'm going to take an architectural and interior design style that is more maximalist than minimalist, it's going to be Art Deco. There's nothing like checking into your hotel and realizing that it's an Art Deco hotel, and the elevator has like those like it's like a little flower that turns into an arrow, and it's like made out of gold, and then like the walls are all like a deep green with gold accents, and it's all caps font, says like bathroom. I love a little Great Gatsby core for sure. I'm into it. I would put this in the A tier as well. Tuscan. I feel like this is like rustic, but for pasta. It's also grandma's house. Tatooine architecture. Wait, okay, let's hang on here. Tuscan interior design. I'm not gonna lie, parts of this do look a little Tatooine. You know what? One of the first things that I saw is like um, a slightly, like a half covered outdoor patio with an outdoor sofa, two chairs, and like a glass table with a glass vase and flowers in it. If you actually use that space, more power to you. I feel like if that space existed in my house, I would have old ski boots and shit outside. I would just be piling up garbage. That's not a functional space for me. I would rather that that space was brought inside and turned into a closet. I'm seeing high ceilings, big windows. Kind of looks like a house from like the House of Gucci or something like that. Listen, I have some respect for it. I don't really like it though. I would throw this down in the C tier as well. I mean, I think the reason that Cottage is like up here is that it's like, I don't know, like Tuscan feels like so presumptuous to me. Tuscan is like, look at my awesome house, and Cottage, even though I don't love it, it's like, hey, we just happen to live here. We're just like, yeah, like it's okay. We got exposed wood. It's not my real house. Hey, yeah, our table hasn't got enough urethane on it. That's because we only use it in like 2 weeks in July or something like that. This is like I flew in Venetian marble specifically for this room. And Cottage is like, yeah, we had like some leftover 2x4s, so we built a table or something like that. Like, I respect this more. This is a little bit more like blue collar. This is like my dad owns the third largest garbage truck wholesaler in the county. So you better watch how you talk to me. And then I'll just be honest with you, I don't really know what transitional is, but let me take a look at this. Transitional interior design. I'm just gonna say it's grandma's house again, which is fine. I see that it looks like the inside of. I mean, I'm seeing like 15 different distinct styles of design across 15 different images. These just look like houses. I don't know how to put this here. Look up brutalist interior design. I'm a noted brutalist enjoyer, by the way. Yeah, this is my style. This Google image search, just like this is me down to a T. Bro, literally, like, why are you painting the walls? I don't need the walls to be painted. Well, you have the smallest brain on the planet. Oh, when I look at that shade of the reflection of light off of that wall, it makes me feel warm. Bro, it's a wall. I mean, I don't want like exposed drywall, but if it's made out of like stone or concrete or something, yeah, give me the concrete. Oh, no, you can't just have concrete. It's gray. Your walls need to be taupe. Your walls need to be mother of pearl. Yeah, I'm kind of into that brutalist design. I know it's crazy. I like brutalist buildings too. I don't know, like I get annoyed. I know we've talked about it before, and it's like a very easy take in the midst of a never-ending housing crisis. I get so annoyed when people post like one shot of like Notre Dame, and then they post like another picture of like a block of Soviet era apartment buildings, and they're like, where did we go wrong? Bitch, nobody lives in Notre Dame, you fucking idiot. Those are houses for people to live in. Like if you, they need a place to go fall asleep, a place to poop and pee, and go to the shower and like cook food and then like enjoy time with their family. They don't need to. Not everybody needs to live in a building that's like it looks like the observatory in Los Angeles or something like that. Like you need a place to live, man. Amazing. Look at this beautiful building that 0 people live in versus like these 8 buildings that admittedly like look generic, but there's some beauty in the fact that 3,000 people are living their lives in them right now. I don't mind like a house that looks nice. I just like when people like they talk about it with Vancouver as well. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. It's not that serious. But people are like, "Oh, Vancouver. Oh, another beautiful steel and glass skyscraper going up downtown. Just what we needed." What? It's a beautiful city. It's a nice skyline. What do you want them to do? You want them to build a 40-story tall building out of like pine? It's a damn tinderbox, man. Where earthquake comes, the whole thing's going down in 2 seconds. Anyway, if you want wood houses, just move to North Van. Okay, slash marker. That is interior design and doorknobs. Hey, orange, lemon, lime. Thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. I never ranked transitional, but rest assured, it exists in the C tier with everything else. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna do some more tier lists. Honestly, I just got to go pee first. I was muted the whole time. It was a great intro. I'll try to redo it. Slash marker, tier list. Someone in chat had a great idea. They said, why don't you do a tier list of chairs? And I love ranking the mundane, things that most of us have some familiarity with, some relatability to. And I was blessed to find a tier list that has quite a lot of options, honestly, like quite a lot. I'm eager to give it a go. Now, what do I like in a chair? Sittability ranks pretty high. Stability ranks quite high. Not tipping over, for example. And comfort for the most part. I'm not really gonna rank these like interior design style, like which of these would look nicest in our house or something like that. It's more like something to sit on. Like if I went to a dentist's office and they had this chair, if I worked in an office and this was my chair, if I went to a restaurant and this was my chair, how would I feel? So let's start there. Now, I sit in a Herman Miller, and I'll tell you, there's one chair I peeped closer to the bottom of the list. This boy right here. Whoo! That's a nice chair. That's a chair I like the look of for sure. But apart from that, I'm not a fancy chair guy. I know we were talking about Scandinavian art, interior design. I enjoy the look of those more than I enjoy the feel of the chairs, to be honest. So like this chair right here, this one, and hang on, there's more examples. This one, I promise you there's more examples. Where are they? You know what I'm talking about. This is like what I was going to say is this reminds me of like when I get to I have an appointment with my accountant and I get there 10 minutes early because I'm like a habitual early person, believe it or not. And then they're like, yeah, just take a seat anywhere. And then there's like one chair that looks like this, and like one chair that looks like this, one chair that looks like this, and one chair that looks like this. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I don't even know I just feel like I'm not comfortable here. Also, I don't know. Is this an ottoman or is this a table? I'm not 100% sure. Either way, this for me, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but I would throw it into the D tier here. It's certainly not it's not my ideal sitting situation. Now, what on earth is this? This is like a wooden deck chair? It's a chair made out of straw. It looks like a chair made out of packing tape. So this is like a piece of furniture you might find outside on someone's patio, maybe. I have no strong feelings about this chair, except I don't enjoy the look of it, and it doesn't look satisfying to sit in. It looks frail to me. I'm throwing it in the E tier, and I'm willing to accept debate there, but it looks like something that doesn't appeal to me. This at least looks like it could be a nice accent in a house or something like that. You can lounge a little bit. This one, you got to stay alert the whole time. If it gets wet, it will mold. I don't respect it. I also don't respect this chair. I mean, we're starting a little bit sussed here. This chair I don't even know. This looks like it's from a B-52's music video or something. It looks like a folded piece of bubble gum. That's Art Deco. No. Listen here. You're trying to find some holes in my argument. This is Art Deco. Look at this sexy thing right here. If you tell me that's mid-century, I got to go back to the interior design tier list. I got to rework it a little bit. That's Art Deco to me. That's mid-century modern? No! Hey, whatever. Listen, no one ever accused me of being consistent in my interior design takes, okay? It looks like something that you would sit on in the 1970s, and like it's right after you smoked a drug, and then you would like fall asleep, and Andy Warhol would take your photo and you'd wake up famous. This does not look like It doesn't look comfortable. I think you could only relax in it if you were under the influence of something illegal. But it gets worse. So I'm giving it an E for sure. Now, this is a bicycle seat with like a bowl on the bottom. I mean, this is a joke. That's definitely in the F tier. You've heard of a unicycle? This is a nonocycle. No one would ever say like, "Oh, that bike seat is so comfortable." Now, this is a classic. Everybody that has a kid in recreational sports owns one of these. Anyone that's ever been camping, anyone that's been to a big barbecue. You know what? Can I say I've railed on this before? Everything, and I understand in the modern era, people don't necessarily live in huge houses, especially millennials, Gen Z. We're more comfortable with smaller spaces. I understand that everything you buy now is like, and it also folds up into a compact carrying case. But then catch me trying to fold up my daughter's tricycle. There's literally like 1 millimeter of clearance. If you end up not folding it in exactly the right way, you can't get the zipper over the damn thing. It takes me like 20 minutes to put it back in the closet. This thing, all you do is go like bunk, zoop, and then it just slides right in the tube. They did it great. They don't make them like that anymore, man. Now there is a problem with this. I'm praising it. It's easy to set up. It's functional. It does the trick. Now, what are the net negatives? If you don't sit in it for an hour, but it's unfolded on a hot summer day, shit's gonna burn the bejesus out of you when you sit back down. A cool gust of wind can knock it over. Those are the two big ones. It is not a very stable chair, but you're not really buying it to be like it's a stable chair. You're buying it so you have something to sit on at your campsite or something like that. So I'd be inclined to throw this in the C tier. And we got like 7 tiers, so that's like right on the midline as far as I'm concerned. I'm okay with this. Cup holder's nice too. But if I'm being honest with you, the high school gym folding chair, I'm putting it up. I'm not gonna put it in S, but I don't think you could persuade me to put it below A. Yes, the church basement folding chair. This thing is stable as fuck. If you fall off of this chair or if it falls over, it's because you wanted to fall over. You were horsing around, and we don't respect that. It hurts your back. Okay, it does hurt your back a little bit. Sorry, I just go up here a little. It does hurt your back a little bit because there's all this open space, and then like this ends up digging into like just below your shoulder blades. It's a prison chair. I don't know, man. I like it. I'm ranking it high for stability, and it also doubles as a way to show off your masculinity when you're cleaning up after like drama club or something like that in the 9th grade, and you're like, I want to impress some chicks. You're like, look at how many chairs I can carry at the same time. Holy cow. Look at that. Ryan's got 3 chairs per hand. Good Lord, he's strong. Listen, it's not the most comfortable chair of all time, but it's very portable, it's very stable, it does the trick. I'm putting it in the A tier, man. Now, this is a piano bench. This is not a comfortable seat to sit on for a long period of time. Maybe if you're like Beethoven, it's a little different. It has no back support whatsoever. It does have nice cushioning on it, I'll give it that. But it's very unstable. Now, you shouldn't be probably rattling around and trying to go back on 2 legs anyway. But anytime I'm on a piano bench, I'm always like, it feels like this thing could tip over if I just move my legs a little wrong. So I got to put this down, honestly, in the E tier. It's definitely S tier if you're sitting at a piano. But otherwise, I mean, you could probably play the piano on one of these, honestly. Now, this, to me, there's another genre of chair that I don't respect, which is chairs in bars that charge $22 for hamburgers. So the big loser in that category is definitely this stool And then this stool right here might be the worst piece of seating equipment that is everywhere on earth. I can't believe there hasn't been like a class action lawsuit against the people who invented the tall metal stool. People will drink like 9 double IPAs sitting on this thing. How are they not falling over and cracking their head on the floor? It doesn't make sense. Never know where to put your feet. Yeah, sometimes if they don't have like a rail or a footrest, all of a sudden you got your feet like set up like this on that tiny little piece of metal that goes across near the bottom. It's just a piece of garbage, man. Just I and then you get the bill and you're like, I had 2 beers and a burrito bowl. That's not worth $53. Are you crazy? Anyway, this chair, to me, this just appears to be what I would describe as a metal normal chair. Now, there's some things that could annoy me about it. Like I wish that the bars came down to the bottom so that like maybe it doesn't catch my lumbar in here. It just looks like a chair to me. I got nothing against this chair. I'm going to put it in the B tier. This chair, I don't know if I've ever sat on this. This is like a subway seat on the Austrian metro. What is this? It's a folded up airhead. It's something you see in the kids' reading section. Dude, I'll tell you, as good as this is, you know what's better than this? Plastic covered elementary school chair with metal legs. Because I know this is going to sound crazy, but not only was the plastic more comfortable to sit on than the steel, but it's so stable, you could go unstable on it and just balance yourself by going like this. Like it was actually so stable you could go 2 legs on it and you would only fall over like once every 10 minutes. Like it was amazing. I love that chair. I go to bat for that chair. That's a Werner Panton. How do people know the names of the chair design? It was when we were doing the door handles. People were like, oh, this is a Toulouse. The internet is amazing. It's turned all of us into freaks. It's made freaks out of all of us. Okay, now, I mean, I'm just going to level with you. This doesn't look comfortable. It looks like I could snap it in half. It looks like if you left it out in the sun, you would never be able to sit in it again. Honestly, it looks like a deformed slide that would go into an above ground water pool. Water pool? Swimming pool? But it is not a bicycle seat with like a Bosu ball on the bottom of it, so at least I'm going to put it in the E tier. And to be honest with you, it at least does have a back, so let's put it above the piano bench. This is a metal chair. This is like, I can't think of a counterexample. Tall-legged chairs, don't like them. You give me the choice to sit at a high top or a regular table, I'll take a regular table any day of the damn week. I'll sit at a high top if I have to, and I'm not going to complain. I'll sit at the bar if I have to, but I would much rather sit at like a real table. But I will say, at least it's not a stool. At least it has a back. I would still probably throw this in the D tier, though. I know it sounds crazy. Stability is important to me. It's not even that I fall off of chairs that much. It's like they just feel like I could fall. Like I can't relax in this chair. It feels like if I give up vigilance for even a second, or if I laugh and I go, ha 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 ha, like that could be the last moment of my life. Now, this looks like a chair you sit in and then they turn the speakers up so loud that it like blows your hair back. And you're going like, whoa. I don't know if it's just I mean, the more I look at this chair, the more I'm like insulted by the chair. Why are the armrests so high? I'm not a particularly tall guy, but it doesn't feel like my arms are there. Like it feels like I'm sitting like Jerry Stiller or something like that. It is a chopper. So true. It's the ZZ Top chair. I listen. I would put it above this at least, but it doesn't come close to the utility of the folder. So let's keep it in the D tier. These chairs I just find very annoying, very presumptuous. My body is not designed to fit in an egg cup, and my back is not 6 inches tall. So I feel like you're getting kind of the worst of both worlds here. I gotta throw this one again. I would throw it in the E tier. I think you're basically dealing with this is 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. What the hell is this? It's a damn Zed. It's another art piece. I weigh 176 pounds. I feel like if I sat on this, it would snap like a damn fortune cookie. It probably wouldn't. Like it's got to be stable, although I've never seen someone sit in them. I bet it would look nice in your house though. It's like raffle tickets. Bet it would look nice in your house. This is not minimalism, okay? Minimalism is I don't even have a chair. I already have a bed. Why would I need a chair? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, wow. Look, oh, sorry. The Queen of England is here to visit us. She wants a place to sit and a place to lay down. Oh, no, you couldn't possibly sit on the place where you lay down. Anyway, I mean, this is as bad as this is not as bad as a bicycle seat with a Bosu ball. Now this is one where like I hate the way it looks, but it does look comfortable. Looks like you could really relax on this. There is some, and I don't know if everybody's on the same page here. I do have problems with chairs where they don't force you to sit up straight, but they don't let you lay down. I guess I'm kind of like O-Town. I want it all or nothing at all. Like if I'm like for an office chair, for example, I like the one that I have because it doesn't really allow me to kind of like slouch. It keeps my form good, which keeps me alert, and I don't get tempted to slip into leisure, which is not offered. And I like if you have like a sectional that has a long part of the couch where you can actually lay down. I like that as well because you get to do a lay down, maybe take a little dad nap. But this one kind of looks like you could sit on it diagonally, but you would never be comfortable enough to really fall asleep, or at least I wouldn't. But I would still say, I mean, for me, I would put it C tier below folding camper. That one seems comfortable to sit in. This is really bad. This is like this is my nemesis. This is $9 beers, $22 burgers. This one is like, hey, it's $19 for 3 small tacos. They're both like not my ideal form of sitting, but also I feel like not stable. Sorry. Not, like if you try to tip and stand on 1 to 2 legs of these, you're going over, okay? And then because it's plastic, it's going to shear off. It's all over. I mean, it's pretty bad. But I will say, I mean, it's about. I mean, I would rather. I don't know. This shit. It feels like it's gonna fuck up my back too, because like the ones like that don't have good back support, I feel like it's okay as long as you're not forced to lean forward so much. But on this, you got to lean forward because you're always like slurping something out of a bowl. Anyway, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't put it in high D tier. I'm gonna shove it down in the E tier here. This is just stupid. I'm sorry. I think we're past this era where like people would have an exercise ball instead of a chair. There's no way. I'm sorry. It just doesn't make sense. You shouldn't sit there. There can't be a scientist on the planet who is like, oh yeah, you know what's really good for you is never being able to like ever relax your back muscles. My wife's sitting on one right now. Come on, man. There's no way. It's fun to sit on. Yeah, if you're not like doing any work or something like that. If you're, listen, because my in laws, when we go to their house, in their playroom that my daughter spends like all her time in, they have an exercise ball. Yeah, I sit on it. I sit on it and I go. But I only do it because every second that I watch my daughter play with like the same 20 toys feels like an hour sometimes. So it's like a distraction from, like I'm still doing my parental duty, but it also helps the time go by a little faster. But this is like to sit on this for like 8 hours a day at work. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry. I would put my back up against anybody's back that is sitting on this at work. I don't know how we're going to test it, but I think I wash you. Just being straight up. You go back to back. It has no positives. Not only does it have no back, it has no seat, and it's designed to be unstable. Okay, you're right. It's not. I'll admit, it's not worse than the bike seat on a Bosu ball. That's way worse. Like I don't even think I could sit on this for more than like 2 seconds without falling over. So I'll use some honesty there. Um, this is not a chair. This is the stool that you use when you're like a little kid to get on the doctor's table. This is not for you. You can tell it's not for sitting because the top of it is corrugated. It's a library stool. I don't know if my library had these, but it's what you use to reach the top shelf in the library. This, I mean, I feel like I have to put this right there. I'm moving it below the exercise ball. You can't sit on this. I mean, like it's so low to the ground, you're basically like you're in a squat while you're sitting down. Now, a Muskoka chair. For a long time, I looked down on the Muskoka chair. Also, I think known as an Adirondack in the United States. And I thought, oh, look at these wood slats. That looks like, oh, so harsh. Then, one day, Caden, this is like 5 or 6 years ago, Caden and I went camping, and there was nothing to do. But at the lodge, there was like a Muskoka chair that just looked out into the forest. And I sat on it, and I was like, this is really nice. And I just sort of like sat there for, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, not even doing anything, just sitting there. The chair, just being in the chair was enough of a privilege that it was entertainment in and of itself. I didn't expect this necessarily going in. I'm inclined to throw it into the S. Is it stable? It's insanely stable. You would have to kick off of the ground to tip the thing over. Scroll me. I'm trying to strike a balance, okay, so that you can see the pictures while also seeing the tiers, but it's not 100%. So it's a very nice chair. What is this? This is not a beanbag. This is an M&M. This is edamame. It's an olive. It's your AirPods case. You guys are pretty funny. You're doing a great job. I mean, what is this one? Yeah, I don't know what this one is. I mean, as stupid as it looks, just being honest with you, I think I would rather sit on this than sit on a sphere. So I'm inclined to throw it down here. Does look pretty dumb, but now what is this? And I mean that sincerely. Cuz like it's like a bike, but he's on wheels, like four casters. But he's holding handlebars? That's a desk? Ah! Yeah, I see it now. At first, I thought he was holding like motorcycle handlebars or something. To me, this seems like one of those things that you buy because your doctor tells you have to buy it. But like, if you didn't have a doctor's note telling you to buy this, you would never. I mean, it just doesn't seem comfortable to me. I'm kind of. How do you get in it? How do you get onto it? It's like angled so forward. Like at the crotch, is there like a stopper to stop you from sliding down? Or are your feet in stirrups or something? Also, and this is I'm just gauging this with my eyes, but like this seems like it could easily lead to some catastrophic falls. Like if you try to get up the wrong way, I think you're going face forward. You're going ass over tea kettle. I don't even want to know what happens if you go backwards. If you hit some choppy air. I'm gonna say it seems hard to dismount. I want to add a caveat here, okay? If you are in a position where you need this for your personal health, then ignore this. But I think I'd rather sit on the exercise ball. It kind of looks like it's bad for your knees too, but I'm not like an ergonometrist. I can't believe everybody in chat seems to have some familiarity with this. I've never seen this apparatus in my entire life. Now I'm thinking, dude, if I ever like open up an office, I'm not gonna have chairs. I'm just gonna have different weird shit, and we're gonna learn something about your personality when you come in. Here's a tricycle. You can go sit on the tricycle. There's a kneeling chair. Here's an old refurbished like roller coaster car, and you got to put the lap bar down. Here's a library stool. This for me, these loungers, it's like an Adirondack chair but worse. But not much worse. For some reason, I I know I said it about this one. Like if I have the choice, I'd rather have a chair that you could sit or a chair where you could lay down, not one that is bad at both. I would really, at the end of the day, I would if I'm sitting, if I'm in a chair, I want to sit. I don't want to lay for the most part. I would rather sit than lay. If I'm laying in this to get a nap, I would rather go to bed. I would rather be like, it's nap time. I'm going to go into my bedroom. That being said, that's merely my justification for why the Muskoka defeats the pool lounger. But for me personally, this is still a really good chair. I mean, I would put it up in the A tier. There sometimes the another reason that could lower it, could de-escalate it down to a B, is occasionally you'll sit in one of these and whoever set it up didn't have the back part stable. So as soon as you put your weight on it, it goes snap, and then you find yourself at 180. But apart from that, still pretty good. Now, oh my God, we have so many chairs, dude. What it was fucked up is when I looked at this at first, I said, wow, there's so many chairs. This is going to be awesome. Now I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. This is way too many chairs. Movie theater chairs. I mean, in the modern day, pretty good. As a kid, might not have been that great, but you were always at least at the movies. These are the garbage kind? Bro, these are mid. Garbage is the ones that have like the old 90s like laser beams on and they're covered in carpet. And then you like walk to the row you want to go in, and like half the chairs still have the spring, so the chairs are up, and half of them have no spring and they're like permanently down. As soon as you sit down in one, you can feel like the whole row pitch forward 1 degree just based on your weight. This one's not so bad. These are like mid 2000s or later movie theater seats. These are fine, man. These are, you feel like you're getting on like a rocket ship or something like that. I would feel comfortable throwing these in the B tier for sure. Now, I almost feel like this is like worse than just the ball. The half ball, like a half ball on a chair that didn't have wheels, sort of makes sense to me. But isn't there some kind of like a butterfly effect here, like a positive equilibrium, where as soon as you get a little bit of movement on the ball, that leads to more movement on the wheels, which leads to more movement on the ball, which leads to more movement on the wheels. And then before, like, as soon as you sit down, you're like, oh, this is kind of nice. And then in 2 minutes, you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. It seems, yeah, there's a physics bug with this chair. Like, it doesn't seem right. My mom has this chair at her desk in her classroom. She loves it. Is your mom a chair teacher? Does she teach people what chairs are good and bad? Or does she just teach something useless like mathematics? It's a good chair? No, I'm sorry. I have to disagree with you. I know you've sat in it and I haven't, but I'm looking at this. There's nothing you can do to convince me that the ball is a good chair. Like I think I would rather just sit on the ball. I think I would rather sit in like the kneeling chair. Like this is like an abomination. It's like a bad chair with a bad ball on top of it. Now this chair looks nice. You know what? I'm going to tell you, I don't know how stable it is, but I'll tell you, you do not need stability in this chair because you are at a serious place. This is not something, they're not having you sit on these in 9th grade French class. Okay, this is something you sit at when you're about to meet your attorney or something along those lines. You're about to close a merger or an acquisition. It's just a nice looking chair that I feel very comfortable putting in the B tier. It's got back support. It's got armrests. It kind of looks like a guy with really long arms. Like his arms are so long that he's kind of dragging them along the ground like spaghetti noodles. Now this, apparently this is Art Deco again. But I have to be honest with you, I still hate this. Maybe I'm Art Deco, but I like Art Deco elevators. I don't like Art Deco furniture. This to me is well, you know, I just imagine myself sitting in it and I'm like, it actually does feel like it'd be pretty comfy. It does look a little bit like Dr. Evil's chair. I mean, I'm just going to level with you. I think it's, I definitely would rather have it than the stool. and I don't even know what this is, but I feel like at least with this chair, I feel like I at least know what I'm getting into. This one, I'm like, this thing gonna swallow me up? Is there a button to press to make like the back go a little lower? Can I roll it down like a power window? Why is the folding chair in A? Because it's stable, it's portable, it does its job. When did we become so derogatory towards base competency? You can use it as a weapon in a WWE match. I mean, this is like, let me put it this way. This is a chair that I guess based on Jay's love of maximal interior design, this is a chair you could find in Jay's house. I would put it at the top of the F tier because at the very least, I bet it's comfortable to sit on. It looks plush. But I would rather sit on the potty, honestly, I think. I don't know what I'm looking at here. It's like a chair that has no cushion. It's just a hole in the middle. Is it a glass bottom? It's wicker? Okay, wait a minute. So like this little line is the seat. This is like a bar with some stability, and this is the back. This is a non-Don Norman compliant chair. I mean, I'm throwing it down in the E tier. If I have to figure out how I'm going to sit on this chair, then it's no good. This chair, I feel like we've had some that are like deceptively good, like the folding chair. This is like deceptively bad. Like it looks like it's super comfortable, but because of the way that the back is set up, you can't really rest up against it. You have to spend your whole appointment like lean forward on your knees or something, or on your elbows. Your elbows are on your knees. There's nowhere for your arms to go. You're sitting there. You're like, am I talking too much? I don't know what to do with my arms. Do I put my thumbs in my pockets like I'm a sheriff? Do I put my arms fully at my sides like I'm some kind of psychopath? Do I grab one wrist with my other hand like I had to do it to him? This just seems I'll give it that it's got some comfort, okay? I'm liking the plush, but it's certainly I don't think you elevate it above a D tier. Where do you put your arms on the folding chair? Bro, you don't need to put your arms anywhere on the folding chair because whenever they're like, oh, and the valedictorian is buh, you go, you suck! Like your arms are always doing something like this. Or like, sack tapping your friend next to you or something like that, or rolling up a spitball and then blowing it at somebody. You wouldn't get it, man. You weren't in high school in the 80s like me. So this chair, I don't know if it's my body, but I kind of hate it. Not my body. I'm like okay with it, but I hate this chair. I need the chair to inform my body where to go, not my body to inform the chair where to go. It is hard to stand up from these too. Like I want a chair that's like Spanx. I want it to be like we're going to tighten everything up. I don't want it to be like just to hang out wherever you want. So also I don't know if it's just me. Sure, you end up like your back is fairly comfortable on this. I don't need a low impact chair, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I'm still like I'm at a place in my life where a chair can be medium impact. I don't need like my doctor recommended I get a chair that isn't so hard on my ass. I'm old, but I'm not that old. Also, I always feel like the backs of my calves get like rubbed weird by the wood here. They need to put more fabric here. I have two red lines on the back of my calves after sitting on this thing. So, I mean, I would much rather. Well, here's the thing: I would rather sit in this than this. But if you're like, hey, can you bring a chair to the cottage? I mean, I'm bringing that. Toot sweet. And if you got this one, and this one set out to lounge in, this is last pick. So I'm putting it high D, maybe like right around here. Like if we're at like a campfire, and I say this without a hint of irony, I would rather post up in this at a campfire than post up in this. This is office chair but bad. I feel like anybody else get one of these from IKEA when you went to furnish your first off-campus house. This is like an office chair you could get for $60 in 2006, 2007. Uh, Bad. I mean, we're ranking it relative to other office chairs as well. Um, this is like the worst of the office chairs that actually is trying to be an office chair. So I'm throwing this. It's still like it's designed to sit in on like half the shit down here. So I'm giving it a C. I would put it right around here. Or sorry, a D. I'd put it right around there. This is like metal chair. What I will say, much like plastic stool, whatever you're eating from this restaurant is going to cost you more than you want to pay, but at least they gave you a back. That's more than you get from a lot of places these days. It elevates it at least to, I would say, like the C tier. It's comfortable to sit in. I might even put it there. It's just a chair. At the end of the day, it's just a chair. We got some crazy chairs coming up. I'm noticing. There's an electric chair, a Lego chair, the bench from Forrest Gump. This chair is a car, or is it a shoe? This is, I mean, I feel like yet again, this is just a chair. It looks relatively stable. It looks relatively nice. It's a simple average chair. I would rather sit in this than this. Yeah, I think I would rather eat a meal in this than this for sure. If I have to sit down for 2 minutes, maybe I take this chair. But to be honest, if I got to sit down for 2 minutes, I think I just stand. Now, this is a sofa. I would rather sit on a sofa than sit in a chair any day of the week. Maybe that'll change as time passes. You know how like every old man has a recliner, or at least did in our generation? I don't see myself becoming a recliner guy. I think I'm always going to be couch pilled. I don't see a reason to change. It is a little unfair to include a sofa on a couch tier list. The one thing I'll say, I don't know if we have other sofas. I don't think we do. I wouldn't put the leather and steel sofa up at the top. I'm a fabric sofa sort of guy. Maybe like wood sofa leather cushions, but I like not like my grandma's couch. I'm just like a nice fabric. Like this to me is like two 1999. Plus, like on a hot day, you're sticking to the leather. On a cold day, the leather's too cold. But I mean, it's definitely nice to sit on. It certainly beats a folding chair. A dentist chair. Am I an insane person if I put a dentist chair or a barber's chair, I guess, in the S tier? It's just a great chair. I've never, and I haven't got my hair cut for a while, but when I got my hair cut or when I'm at the dentist, I'm never like, oh, this chair's uncomfortable. I'm always like, oh, this chair's helping me relax a little bit. It's cozy, it's functional, it has pitch, it has yaw, it has roll, it has elevation. It makes a cool sound. It goes like, psh, 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 psh. This is an S tier. I mean, I don't know how you want me to rank this. I think this would make a great office chair. It's stable. I don't think if you fall out of your dentist chair, I think that shit is like bolted to the damn ground. It might not be like an ideal chair to have at your work desk or something like that, but it might be. I don't know. You gotta evaluate it by like its own criteria. I don't mind a rocking chair either. It sounds a little backwards. My problem with most rocking chairs is that they're low because they used to make old people shorter. But recently they've changed that. But even as like a little kid, well, not a little kid, but as like a 12-year-old, whenever you sit in a rocking chair, your knees are like up around your chin when the thing is like rocked back. So if they start making rocking chairs that are like, I don't even know, just like a few inches taller, or like the chair was a few inches higher off of the rockers, I'd be more into it for sure. But yeah, I don't mind a rocking chair. I just like a chair that gives you something to do as well. Like you don't need to tip a rocking chair backwards. You just rock, man. Now I think having one in your house, something I would not do as a 34-year-old. It kind of feels like that's something you do when you're like, this is the house, not to be rude, but like this is the house I'm going to die in. And I hope I don't die in this house because that'll probably mean there was some sort of... Phew, I'm okay. It's a good chair. I got nothing against. I mean, honestly, I put it right up here with the folder. What is this? This is like a half stool, half chair that you would find in Celine Dion's restaurant. 1950s aesthetic. I give it some credit because the circle stool is more stable than the square stool. I don't know physics wise. By the way, Valentine, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. I don't know how that like a square feels like an unstable shape when you're on the top of it. A circle feels a little bit more stable. Why are you going on about stability? It's not, I've said it before, it's not that I'm going to fall over. It's that I want a chair that doesn't make me think I'm going to fall over. It's like telling someone on an airplane, like, oh, why are you worried about turbulence? You know, like planes almost never crash due to turbulence. Yeah, well, I'm trying to watch the menu, and it's already hard to watch it because the subtitles are 3 seconds behind the audio, and then like one of the headphones is like shorted out, so I have to keep the headphone jack like a little bit out for some reason, and every time the plane gets jostled, it then makes the headset short out again, and meanwhile they're going zoom, zoom. It's like I can't feel any comfort, man. It's like when I'm sitting on, I know I've besmirched this a lot throughout the tier list so far. When I'm sitting on one of these, I'm like, I maybe this is what they want in the restaurant. I don't want to stay. I want to have my meal. I want to get out of the restaurant because it feels like at any moment I could tip backwards and smash my head on an exposed concrete floor. On the flip side, if I'm sitting in like, where did it go? Where's my, there you go. If I'm sitting in one of these right here, you're going to have to pepper spray me to get me out of the damn house or out of the restaurant. This thing, I'd be like, why would I leave? I'm right where I want to be. This thing, I'm like, did you even want me here in the first place? That is what they want? That's fine. They can want that. And if the food's good, like, I'll come back. But like, I'm just saying that I'm not going to give the chair any credit for that. This is hostile architecture, okay? Anyway, the stool is okay. There's nothing wrong with the stool. Or the stool with the back, at least. I prefer it. It's definitely better than this. And it's It seems better than this. I don't think it seems good enough to go up a tier, but I would at least pop it down right there. This is the same chair as this chair. What is the difference between these two chairs? One of them has like a blanket on the back and one of them has wallpaper. They're the same chair. She's got a long back. I mean, the tighter chair gets the edge, but not by much. Similarly, this chair is just this chair. But I will say, I would rather sit on this version of the chair. I don't know. Does it look a little bit like a Minecraft ass chair? Yes, it does. But maybe that's why I like it. This is a little Minecrafty. Now this is taking me back to teaching ESL. As a kid, there's nothing wrong with these, but like as an adult, this is horrible. You can sit on it, but the area of the circle is smaller than the area of the average adult human's ass. So a little bit of your ass is like hanging off the side. And the legs are only like 10 inches off the ground. So you're basically like, you're almost ass to grass the whole time you're sitting on this thing. Then when you get up, you better be putting your hands on the top of your knees in order to brace yourself a little bit. So, I mean, it's not quite an F, but if I went to a restaurant, I would rather sit on this. Toss me over here. It's pretty close to I mean, to be honest with you, I would rather sit on this. At least it would be an experience. This tier, as far as I'm concerned, is only for things that are jokes. And these are all, I'm sorry to offend the people who are like, I have a kneeling chair and it's awesome. I'm sure everybody at the office thinks you're really cool, okay? Well, I have a chair that looks like I'm driving an invisible motorcycle. Okay, good for you. I just need you to reset my password real quick, okay? I forgot it, and I can't use one of the last 9 passwords I've used. So if you could just reset it for me real quick so I could get my work done, that would be nice. There's too many chairs, man. I'm hidden chair exhaustion. No, we can make it through. We can do this, okay? This chair looks perfectly nice to me. I'm going to say it's just a chair. I would like to sit. This is like it's a stool, but it's more stable. It's a diner chair, but it has more back support. I have no problem throwing this bad boy, with its cousin. I would say they accomplish a similar objective. Now, am I crazy to say that this is a chair with a desk attached to it? It is indeed. Okay. I'm actually going to do this chair a favor. And I'm going to say, bro, there's a desk. There's a desk attached to this thing. That's a desk right here. It's not a desk? What are you talking about? That's a desk, man. That's the seat. What are you talking about? You sit sideways and then this is like a hip supporter? All right, I'm starting to think that might be the seat. You sit like this. Okay, this is a chair for kindergarten. Okay, well, in that case, listen, I was going to go off on the desk chair. I saw people being like, this is an A-tier chair. The desk chairs are horrible. And if you're left-handed, they're even worse. Because they always have like 90% of the auditorium is right-handed affixed desks. You got to sit with the other weirdos in left-hand prison, always wedged in like the front left of the auditorium. It's not a real desk. Like you can't actually put any shit on it or in it. You can just drape like 1/3 of a piece of paper over it and then like slowly move it up as you keep writing your answers. Anyway, but this, I mean, if you're in kindergarten, this is fine and it's better than a stool. But if you're an adult, it's bad and better than a stool. Now this chair, I put this. I think this is the easiest answer of my entire life. It's an outdoor lounge type chair, something you might see on your porch. It beats the pants off of these. I don't think it beats the pool lounger. So I think that puts it somewhere in C or B. I mean, I don't think it stands up to these guys. Just to be honest with you, I'd be happy to throw it in the C tier. Egg chair from Men in Black. It's not quite an F, but I would throw it down here with the bean and the raffle tickets. This is essentially this is an art project. These are mad comfy. Yeah, maybe for you, not for me. Why is Chipotle in B? What if it does its job? Don't need a chair to give you a prostate massage for it to be like competent. It's not B worthy. It's comfortable. Say what you will about Chipotle. There you be, oh, don't go to Chipotle. You got to go to Las Casa Amigos. When I go to Chipotle, they respect me enough to give me a real chair. I go to Las Casa Amigos. They're like, here's a plastic stool. By the way, tortilla chips are like another $6 on top. Why don't you relax, La Casa Amigos? And buy some better chairs. Maybe steal some from Chipotle. You already stole their menu. Okay, this, I placed myself as if I was in the chair, and I said I like it. I said, to me, this feels very comfortable. It feels plush. Feels like it comes up and supports maybe roughly up to your collarbone. It's got a nice ottoman as well. I mean, I would feel inclined to toss it right there. I would love to sit in one of these. Leg rest is too high. This might be a controversial take. I'm a high leg rest sort of guy. There, I placed it. I don't like the low leg rest, like where your body goes like, boo. Because I think my brain is like, I'm falling, I'm sliding. I like my legs to be level with my hips, or alternatively, I would even take a slight upward. Not V. I don't want to be bent, but like a little, like this, and then a 1 degree pitched up would be totally fine. Kills your back? Not my back. Your back, maybe? Sure, your back. We're talking about your back? Maybe. My back? Nah. It's doing just fine. This is the metal Chipotle chair with no air holes. I don't see a good reason to move this really like above or below. I think these are roughly equivalent. A director's chair. It's interesting to think about. I've never sat in a director's chair, I think. Hang on, let me get a... They suck. Okay, Steven Spielberg. I mean, they don't look very stable, and they've got the same problem with the folding chair, right? Where they don't have anything going on right here. You better make sure, I'm realizing if you're a director, your pants better fit well, because you can't be showing crack. Some chairs you can get away with it. You know, if you're sitting in a movie theater chair, who cares if you're showing crack? Nobody's going to see it. If you're sitting in this, you better have a belt on. You're right. What do you do with your feet when you're in the director's chair? This is the chair just designed to humble you and make you feel like you're 8 years old? Why is the director's chair a thing? Why can't directors just sit on a normal chair? They need to move it a lot? Okay. I guess you don't want to see, Alfonso Cuarón sitting on one of these because he'd be falling over every 30 seconds. It makes sense. I guess I shouldn't presume that I have the director's job figured out. I don't know. It's a hard one to rate, but I'll be honest with you. If we were at like a barbecue and someone fucking posted up with one of these instead of one of these, I would judge them. I would be like, bro, you're not a director. Relax. You're Canadian. So but can I also say this is the kind of chair, like if you saw this in your friend's house, you would be like, I'm at least going to sit in it. Like, I just want to know what, and then I'll probably, like, especially if they have one of those, like, megaphones, I'll sit in it for a little bit and be like, action! You're in my light! Cut! You're in my light! So I got to elevate it to D just for that. Okay, this is the Herman Miller Aeron. Now, I'm sitting in this chair presently. I'm very happy with my purchase, but I don't think I can put it in the S tier. And I'm going to do my best to explain why. I don't know why it's good. I'm sitting in it. My back feels great. Everybody on the internet says it's the best chair of all time. Ergonomics experts say it's fantastic, but it's like maybe you underrate it because it's subtly fantastic. Like as soon as you sit down in a Muskoka chair, you're like, oh man, it's time to relax. As soon as you sit down in a barber chair, you're like, man, it's like I'm surrounded by leather right now. But when you sit down in the Herman Miller, it's I don't know, it's built for long-term sustainability. No, I'm moving the Aeron up a little bit, but too expensive for S? I mean, I'm pretty sure one of these chairs is like $4,000, maybe more. I should start streaming from a dentist chair. I respect the folding chair. I don't. People are. You know what this is? This is like that show on. I don't watch a lot of YouTube, but where they go to like, hey, like we're gonna try some $10 sushi, some $100 sushi, and some $1,000 sushi. And then sometimes like they're like, well, for the money, the $10 sushi is like the way to do it. The $100 sushi was a little bit better, but too expensive. And the $1,000 sushi was almost a little too fancy for me. People in the comments are like, $10 sushi better than $1,000 sushi? They didn't say that. You make a composite rating out of all the factors. This is the folding chair. Like, if I would not sit in this shit to stream, that's psychotic. But like, I also wouldn't fill a high school gymnasium with 1,000 Herman Miller Aerons. It would be like bumper cars out there. You got to evaluate it based on a composite of all the available information. Now, the Iron Throne, I mean, it's a joke. I'm sorry. I would rather sit on the Iron Throne than sit on a bicycle seat attached to a Bosu ball. But it's a joke chair. Like it seems extremely uncomfortable. It's made of swords. I don't want to sit on swords. This is also really bad. Like I would be inclined to say that this is actually worse than a stool. It might be the most functional piece of sitware that I'm going to put in the F tier. Like this is like nothing. I maybe put it above. You know what? I'd probably put it below lips. This is something that you catch crabs in. It is not something you sit on. Okay, Lego chair. Straight up, I would rather sit on the bicycle seat on a Bosu ball than the Lego chair. That seems very uncomfortable. And then this motherfucker right here, referenced it like 70 times throughout the tier list so far. It's not the worst chair of all time, but it is the bane of my existence. Here's a meme for you. If you see this, your ass is about to pay $25 for a cheeseburger. There's no doubt about it. Chib, you were just in Los Angeles. You can probably relate to this. It is better without a doubt than the plastic version. If you see this, your ass is about to have 4 double IPAs before you get on your flight. The plastic version is so good. Wrong. Boom, roasted. Whenever I'm on a chair, I feel that plastic stool, I feel like Anthony Bourdain. Okay, I'll +2 you for that. I think that's an insightful comment. I'm just picturing you high on poppers and drunk off your ass, eating a fried avocado taco, having like an insane Anthony Bourdain monologue in your head. Sitting on a plastic stool while like the March Madness plays on a TV at 300 decibels above you. So maybe this is it, the spirit of America. I had to travel across an ocean to get here, and yet, when I landed, everything seemed so familiar. It's curious how they can have so many cultural exports, and then when you get here, it still feels a little alien. I almost feel like it's a funhouse mirror, reflecting the rest of the world, reflecting itself. I don't know how he does a send-off, anyway. That was not too bad for improv. For coming off the top of the head. Anyway, I don't like this stool or the restaurants that have them. What are poppers? Poppers are a drug, a class of drug containing amyl nitrate. And Chip can protest this all he wants. They were commonly used in like disco culture in the 1970s and 80s. One of the main reasons they were used is they cause involuntary relaxation of your smooth muscles, in particular your anus. Now, Chib said when he was on his stream, I've never done them because I don't want to punch like a hole in my brain. Chib said they don't make your butthole get loose. What I think he was trying to say is they do make your butthole get loose, but they also might have some other effects that some people would find beneficial. They might have a multifaceted effect on people. They make you lightheaded for 30 seconds. Look, this is not a drugs tier list, something that genuinely I'm not qualified to talk about. And we're getting into some like dark stuff here. If you ever watch like Intervention, like you'll see people that are alcoholics. It's very sad. You know, they're destroying their lives. You'll see people that are addicted to heroin. It's very sad. They're destroying their lives. Then you see people that are addicted to crack. It's very sad. They're destroying their lives. But the alcoholic and the heroin addict, at least when they get their fix, they got a few hours of, you know, being in what is their demented version of bliss. The crack addict, he smokes the crack, and then in like 10 minutes, he's like, all right, I'm back. And I'm like, it took you all day to get the crack, and then you smoked it, and it's like I'm ready for more. Like it's I've never smoked crack, but they were talking about it when they said that the high lasts like 10 minutes. I was like, 10 minutes? I mean, obviously that's not the reason you wouldn't do crack, but like. I guess what I'm trying to say is if you were to deliberately get addicted to any drug, I don't know what my takeaway message is. It was just, after watching so many episodes of Intervention, I was like, this one's maybe the most fucked up of all. People are going around, they're like smashing car windows for a 10-minute high? Addiction's crazy, man. That's why I take issue when people are like, oh yeah, but you do caffeine. I'm like, yeah, my ass drinks a cup of cold brew before I get on the Peloton. I'm not doing anything crazy. Let's not draw like a false equivalence here. Nobody says that Wrong. Lots of people say that. They just say it in deliberately bad faith, and then sometimes I fall for the bait. But anyway, okay. Anyway, this fucker, this piece of shit right here is not that bad, but like, it's a harbinger that you're about to max out your credit card buying 2 soft tacos. So it's definitely above plastic stool. I mean, it looks it's more comfortable than the IKEA office chair, the starter office chair for sure. This is the electric chair. I'm going to have to put that in the F tier. I would probably rather sit on the Lego chair than be electrocuted to death and die. I don't want, this doesn't need to become like an ethical discussion. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about the death penalty. I feel like I'm pretty anti-death penalty, but I haven't really sat down and reasoned with it for a while. But I am definitely anti putting people in a chair, putting a metal bowl on their heads, and then flipping a huge switch and shocking them to death with a lightning bolt. That's fucking brutal, man. Like, and they were doing that, like, what was the last execution via electric chair? It was probably like in my lifetime. That's fucking crazy. It was not yesterday. Come on. Tennessee still does them? Okay, never mind. There we go. May 10th, 2002. That's fucking crazy, man. People getting electrocuted. They're in the electric chair in 2002. Anyway. I mean, I don't know. Like, we're not going to do like an execution tier list. I feel like my ass would like rather hang. They're both brutal. I don't know. I don't want to think about it. Actually, I don't even think lethal injection is at the top. I think getting like my head chopped off is probably close to the top. But wouldn't want it to be like a public execution. Like I wouldn't want it to be like people are like buying snacks and like getting there early to get good seats. And then like I'm getting a little nervous tummy that's like, oh, it's only like an hour till I get my head chopped. That would be like the real torture. And then I'm like, why? They're dragging me up the staircase, and I'm like, please don't, please don't. And people are throwing tomatoes at me. And I'm like, were it not but for a simple twist of fate, you yourself could have found yourself on the gallows today, good sir. And they're like, no, never. We're made of different moral fiber. It has nothing to do with our circumstances. We're stupid. We're stupid. And I'm like, you don't get it. And then like it would be a blessing when the guillotine severed my spinal cord there. But if they were just like, hey, come in at like 11 and we'll get this done, like quietly, I'd be like, okay, I could enjoy it until like the night before probably. I definitely do not want to get like electrocuted to death. Because that seems like just the world's worst roller coaster. It's like I already don't like roller coasters that much. But then to know that like when they flip the switch is like I'm going to get struck by lightning is pretty bad. And not even for like a second. They're going to keep that thing on for like 20 seconds or something like that. Anyway, let's move on. Yeah, I definitely would not like to have all 4 of my limbs broken and then be shackled into a boat and have my body covered in honey and then pushed out to sea so that like wild birds ate my flesh over the course of several days. There's a lot of public execution methods from history that I would definitely not be super into. Anyway, cooked alive inside of a golden bowl. The one that's, and this is Dan Carlin pilled, but the one that's so crazy to me is like the breaking of the wheel, which you're like, oh, what is that? Is that when they put you on like the table and then they stretch you? No, that's the rack. Oh, is that maybe they put you in a big barrel and roll you down a hill? No, they literally just use a fucking huge wheel and break all your bones. And then they just sort of like thread your body through the wheel and they just leave you there in the town square until your ass expires. What's the point of the wheel? Like, is it symbolic or so? It feels like if you just use like a hammer or something, that would be more efficient. What were they thinking? I'm sure the hangman was like, if you just give me an axe, I could do like 12 times more clients today. Instead, the king is like, nope, it has to be the wheel. All right. I mean, you're the one signing the checks, brother. I'm just telling you. You don't tell me how to do my job. I guess I shouldn't tell you how to do yours. But anyway, sorry. Regardless. So this is just like a bench. Can I tell you, I've previously said that I don't know who sits on park benches except for old people. Yesterday, we had to sit on a park bench. We were a little early for our appointment to sign some contracts for this new daycare. My daughter had a bun that we bought at a bakery. She can't really eat and walk at the same time. She's still working on both of those, really. I said, look at that, an unoccupied park bench. We sat on the park bench and ate the bun. It was very nice. Execution tier list is kind of a great idea. I don't think this is a futon, because I think if you fold this fucker down, that's like where your spine goes. That would be bad. Either way, I don't know. I'm taking too much time. This is comfortable. It's not like outrageously comfortable, but it's totally fine. No portability. Very stable, though. If you tip a park bench over, you're a menace to society. Now, I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't know what this is. This looks like it's made out of ropes or something like that. It looks like when you put your legs through it, they would cinch up and you'd be stuck in the chair forever. What is it? It looks like something. This is stuff you can't sit in, as far as I'm concerned. This is stuff you can sit in, but it would be like close to the bottom of the list. Probably rather sit in that than a kindergarten chair. And then I would put it above the art pieces, I suppose. Now, the back seat on a bus, maybe this is an unpopular take. Maybe this is a train, for that matter. Tend to be pretty nice. I bet they're billing them out to the taxpayer at like $2,500 a seat. Let's put it that way. Airplane seat, I feel like, I don't know, there's something, an airplane seat, I think it's because they put so many other seats so close to you that the airplane seat feels bad, when actually it's kind of sick. But like a train seat, I don't want to say I'm a hero. When I get on the SkyTrain, I don't take a chair. It's not because I don't like sitting down. It's because I have PTSD from the time I sat down on the bus and then an insane person yelled at me and called me a slur and then wanted to fight on the bus. And then I just said, okay, and got off. So now I just stand. But also, it feels cool to stand on the subway because it's like you're riding like the world's biggest skateboard. You are a subway surfer. That's absolutely true. Well, anyway, regardless, I think I'm losing the plot a little bit here. I think this is also in the B tier. You know what it is? It's a matter of perspective. When you're in a movie theater and everything is chairs, you're like, oh, I wish these chairs were a little more comfortable. When you're on a train and you're sitting in a chair, you're like, look at all these fools standing up. I'm so lucky to have a chair. It makes you feel like you're the king of the castle. So I would keep it around the movie theater chair. I feel like they're fairly similar. If anything, the movie theater chair is probably more comfortable, but you don't feel like you're better than anybody else when you sit in one, unless you paid extra for D-Box. If you have to make me sit in a stupid chair, I would sit in this stupid chair more than I would like to sit on the stools. I think they look kind of ugly, but I think they look fairly comfortable. Paying for D-Box is insane to me. What, you don't like paying more money to have a worse experience? By the way, we pay for D-Box every time. We don't go to the movies very often. It's worth like the extra $5 a ticket for me. Because what happens is that like when the trailers finish and they turn the D-Box on, the chair goes brrr, and then I look at my wife and I raise my eyebrows really high. And then I make a big show about like turning down the intensity on the chair, and she laughs. That's worth the $10 right there. And then as soon as she's not looking, I crank it back up. With D-Box is like the world's mellowest roller coaster. It's a chair that has like 5 degrees of movement across like the 360-degree axis and can also like vibrate. So when you're watching Matt Reeves' The Batman 2022 and there's the 135-minute long car chase in the middle, you're like, boom! Anyway, we have like 25 more chairs to go through. I got to go faster. This is the worst of all the patio chairs. I can just feel this weird, like, pseudo plastic netting forming a pattern on my skin after sitting in it for too long. This, for me, it's not that bad though. I would place it down here in the D tier. This is going to be a very hated opinion. I'm anti beanbag. There's always like 20 pro beanbag guys in a group of 21 guys. I feel blessed to not ever have to fight for the beanbag. I don't really like sitting in it. They always smell funky. Eventually they get a hole popped in it, and then you sit down on it, and then you got a vacuum like right afterwards. I just don't find it that comfortable either. So for me, a beanbag is actually down here, like it's in the D tier. I'd rather sit on a beanbag chair than a piano. I don't even know. I mean, it's somewhere in there. I might rather sit on the piano bench, honestly. Even as a kid, I've never been a beanbag guy. It's just not my. I'd much rather sit on a sofa than a beanbag chair. Yeah, I don't like a chair that you sink into, really. I like a chair that like it pushes back against you. When you bite the fry bites back, my man. Getting up from a beanbag chair is degrading. That's true. Your ass has got to like push the chair back a little bit. And it takes you like a couple of tries to get enough momentum. You're not wrong. Now, this is not sane, but I'm going to give this a higher rank just because it looks cool. Looks comfortable, comes with a footrest. It's like art, but it's functional at the same time. It's a very groovy combination. Let's pop that up into maybe like the C tier. Therapist chair. Seems nice to me. Higher than Barcelona? What the hell is the Barcelona? Can somebody tell me what the Barcelona is? It's the first chair you ranked. Okay, that's a memory test. I don't know. First chair I ranked was this dude right here. No, that was like number 2, right? It's the Black V. This one? Buddy, that's not a Barcelona. I'm sorry to tell you, that's just a damn chair. You seem to be mistaken. Buddy, it's not a V. That's true. If anything, it looks like an L. Anyway, therapist chair. I mean, I don't know, but this looks like a comfy way to lay down. I know I said I prefer to have like maybe my legs parallel to my hips, but if you throw a little bend in here, that's fine. I wouldn't want to be like a straight backslash, but if you throw in a little bend to get like a manifold in there, then sure. I would take this as a, I mean, this looks like I'd rather be on this than a park bench. I'd rather be on it than you. I'd rather be on it than a train seat. If you put these in the movie theater, I would rather sit on it. If you put these in Chipotle, I would rather sit on the Chipotle chair. Okay. This chair, it just strikes me as uninspiring. This is the kind of chair, if you get a four top at a restaurant, you sit in it. You're not displeased with it. You have your bacon and eggs, and then you get out. I got nothing against it, and I got nothing for it. But honestly, I think that puts it solidly in like the C camp. Like if you showed me this or this, I would be content with either. Can I level with you? This motherfucker's actually moving back a little bit. I like the ring here. I don't like that this has no stability on the sides. I feel like I could fall out of it at any given moment, like the fly at Canada's Wonderland. I want a little bit. I want to feel secure in my chair, and I'm taking this. Now stool, you know I'm not a big fan of it. Given how small this stool looks, I think I would rather have the tall plastic, and I know it's crazy, but now just a square on the ground. Essentially, this is just a stool that can't tip over. I would also put this fairly low. It's also a stool that you can't really move. Or the museum would rather you didn't, at least. I mean, I think I'd rather sit in it than the beans. Put me right there. That's my Amazon package. Park bench with slats. We don't need to make it so serious. Park bench with slats looks less comfortable to me than the park bench with the griddle. I'm going to put it slightly below at a high C. Now this thing looks like a damn shoehorn. It looks uncomfortable, but it does at the very least look like a chair. I'm going to place it, let's be realistic. I'd rather sit on it than a beanbag. I'd rather sit on it than a piano bench. Yeah. I mean, this is like when you get the 6-inch, and this is like when you get the foot long, as far as I'm concerned. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Well, actually, it's 6 of one, a dozen of the other, I guess, but that's fine. Classic grandma dining chair. If you had a little cushion nestled right here in the keyhole, then I would give you slight props. But to have nothing in the back is insane to me and relegates you to the E tier again. I would much rather sit on this than this. It's about even with the plastic stool, I would say. What is this? It's a plastic dog? There's a lot of psychotic chairs. This is a joke. This is in the F tier. This looks like a chair from Blue's Clues. We've had a chair like this. It's kind of like it's like a corduroy version of this one, the Minecraft chair. Limited back support, limited armrest, still looks relatively comfortable. I would feel like tossing it in there. Okay, it's not worse than the electric chair. It's not worse than the Lego block. I don't think it's worse than the bike seat. I would probably rather sit on the stool, though. What is this? Oh, white plastic patio chair? I mean, inferior to this. Inferior to these, I'm sorry to say. So toss it down in the E tier. S tier? Are you insane? You know it doesn't come with the hamburger. I'm glad everybody has the same experience with this. You lean back once, one of the legs snaps off. They do stack. They have some stackability. Listen, I might move it up a couple of places if this was dark green. But a white plastic chair like this, nah, man. No shot. I don't know if this is a torture chair or if this is for royalty. And that is going to have a huge impact on my guess, to be honest. I have to say, though, it looks pretty comfortable. Maybe like you'd end up getting some brass etchings in your back, but the cushion looks choice. I would at least move it up into the D tier. I mean, listen, if you're out at the beach and your friend says, "Oh, there's two of these bad boys, and then also there's the throne that the Queen of Spain used to sit on," I'm calling shotgun on the Queen of Spain chair. But like, I probably would take this chair over it. I would probably be like, "No, you take that one. I'll just relax a little bit." I don't know what I'm looking at here. This looks like it looks like a mushroom doing pull-ups. Does anyone else see a mushroom doing pull-ups? Do I need to talk to a psychiatrist? It's a lit like here's one curve of the top of a mushroom that is also its arm. Here's another curve, and then it's got its little mushroom feet are hanging on the pull-up bar, and he's going like, you see it? Okay. Like I see a mushroom doing pull-ups here. I don't know what this is. It doesn't look comfortable. It looks like it costs a lot of money. It looks like it doesn't. It conforms to the shape of me instead of vice versa. It's not quite a joke. I think I would rather sit on the. I'd rather sit on the cube, to be honest. Now this is like cube, but you're like insanely wealthy. I would rather sit on the cube though. It just seems more comfortable. It seems like at least you could lay down on this a little bit. You could lay your torso down on this, and your knees could be bent and your legs could be on the ground. This is like you got to be fully focused. I also can't believe we're still doing tier lists for the record, but and especially still doing the chair tier list specifically. I thought if you then this happens every time. If you had asked me how long this chair tier list would take, I would say, in advance, I would say 20 minutes. And it's been almost 2 hours. Now, we've had some nice little detours along the way. The Anthony Bourdain part was a highlight for sure. I thank Chib for the assist on that one. The execution. So some people like that side quest, some people don't. I don't like this chair. I've never sat on it, but I don't like this chair. Because like my thighs are like not that long. I don't want a short thighed chair. Oh, you can't even see it. But this is like if you're going to give me the option, I would rather transfer I would like to turn this chair upside down and have this be the back and this be the legs. And maybe it's bimodal. Maybe that's something you can do with it. But just like this doesn't feel right to me. Like this feels like if I sit on it the way I want to sit on it, my back will be like 4 inches from actually touching the back. That being said, it is a chair. So let's put it in worst chair tier instead of like psychotic tier. I've sat in these before. Sometimes you'll go to like an old museum or something like that, or a restaurant made in an old abandoned military base or something like that from the War of 1812. They'll have a chair like this you can sit in. They're not that comfortable. They look cool, but they are not that comfortable. Now, I haven't sat in all of them. I've sat in some of them. It's low to the ground. Look, it's for aesthetics. You know, they got great armrests, but the back goes up way higher than you need it to actually go back. You can't really push and pull them easily. I'd be inclined to throw this, honestly, down here in this tier as well. I would probably rather have the plastic stool, to be honest. I'd take it over the mushroom, Take it over the long boy. I think I might rather sit in a beanbag than sit in this, though. This is another Herman Miller. I don't know which Herman Miller this is, which I think means I should place it next to this one. Like that, that's pretty close. Those, they might not be identical chairs, but look at this. They're very close. I'm not going to be a snob. Okay, this doesn't look right. This seems like this is like you're bench pressing. I don't know what I'm looking at with this one. I'm going to give this a, I mean, it seems like you can sit in it at least. I'm going to give it a low E just because I'm very confused. At least it has a back. And then this one, this is like the chair that the dental hygienist sits in. How would I know? I'm not a dental hygienist. I have to assume that it works okay because like every single one of them is using it. It's good. Yeah, do we have any phlebotomists here? Oh, it's a blood drawing chair. Every time I had a lot of blood drawn last year because of the food poisoning stuff. I always sat down in a chair with no armrests. And then the nurse came in and she's like, what hand are we going to do? And then I was like, oh, we'll do, or what arm? And I'll be like, oh, you can put it in my right arm. And then she would like press a button and an armrest would like unfold. And then she would be like, okay, put your arm down like this. The technology's come a long way. Can I tell you, listen, while we're killing time here, I don't care what side you put the shot into. Unless you're giving me one of those ones that's like 12 needles in one plunger. Doesn't matter to me. Because I always end up getting in these discussions. What-handed are you? I'm like, oh, well, I'm left-handed. And they're like, well, should we do it in your right arm then? I'm like, well, my right arm's stronger. And then they're like, what the hell does that mean? And I'm like, you know what, just juice me up. I can deal with a little bit of a sore shoulder. What does that mean? I'm left-handed. Well, like, what does it mean to be handed? It's not your strongest hand. In short, it's the hand that you write with. I write with my left hand, but my right arm is stronger. It's a little unusual, yeah. And then in baseball, I throw and bat left. Hockey, I shoot left. But like a lot of people in hockey shoot left for whatever reason. Like there's not an even distribution of, or like a representative distribution of right-handers and left-handers in hockey. There's more left shooters, I think. How would you shoot a gun? I would steady the barrel I would steady the barrel with my right hand and pull the trigger with my left. And I would say, here's your special delivery, you piece of shit. And then the stock would probably hit me in the stomach and I'd be like, oh! I believe you, but my Tommy gun don't. I hold my fork in my left hand and cut with my right, which I believe is also the way that you do it if you have good manners, which is really just a happy accident, honestly. I snowboard right foot forward. I bowl with my right hand. That's the weird one. And my right hand it's stronger. I don't know how to describe it. It's not by much. I kick with my right foot. Yeah, I'm a little ambidextrous. But I'm not ambidextrous in that like both hands are equal. I'm ambidextrous in the sense that like you don't know which of my hands is good at doing stuff and which of my hands is shitty. Right-handed mouse? Yeah, it's true. Please don't type FAP in my chat like this is the mid 2000s. You shouldn't be asking me about that kind of gross stuff to begin with unless you're Justin. But you definitely should not be using that verbiage. I mean, that's way back in the that's from a bygone time of internet culture. Anyway, I don't. How would I deign to know? This one. All I would say is that it seems to be working for them. For me, this looks like 3/4 of a good chair. So I'm gonna put it like in the D tier. But I don't know. Now this ornate rocking chair, worse than this rocking chair. I guess in the end, I prefer a smaller base rather than Santa's sleigh. It does look heavy as hell, too. I mean, to be honest with you, this rocker I would sit on for sure. This one, I might rather just sit in a normal chair. Maybe I pop it here. This is the sexiest chair I've ever seen. Somebody tell me how much money this chair costs. I need one of these. It's like $5,000 to $15,000 USD. Oh no. For a damn chair? It's a famous chair? Yeah, I know I'm in an Aeron, but that's like, I mean, if it's 8K, that's like 5 Aerons stacked together. I could be running a startup. I guess you probably need to buy other stuff, but man, that's a nice looking chair. Holy cow. This is another rocking chair. I feel like if you're going to give me slats, I would rather have vertical slats than horizontal slats. But it definitely beats Santa's sleigh. So let's nestle it firmly in the D tier. This is another classic dining room chair. But I know that I said I'd rather have vertical than horizontal, but these are not vertical. These are like fractal. These ones, at least, there's like some normalcy. Like this was, it looks like it evolved on like an alien planet. This one, at least, is from Earth. So I would move it up a tier. Where's my other dining room chair? I just had it. Whatever. You're fine here. You're doing okay. This to me feels like someone tells you to buy a Herman Miller and then you're like, that's too expensive. So you go to Staples and you just buy one that looks like a Herman Miller and it's probably fine, but it's not the same, okay? It does the job. Your back's probably not going to get fucked up, but like, deep down when you sit on it, you're like, What is this? Is this a sensory deprivation pod? I genuinely don't understand how you sit on this. I don't even know what it is. It kind of looks like a shoe. It's got buckles on it. It's a jet plane ejector seat. I mean, I would say I would want one if I was in a jet, I suppose. But I mean, it's a joke, dude. Another stool. I mean, I'm team circle stool over team square stool, but I'm also team short stool over team tall stool. So I think that square short beats circle tall. Okay, it's not worth. Well, I don't know. It's like pretty close to as bad as the electric chair. I know it sounds crazy. I feel like I would rather sit on the Lego chair because at least if I'm sitting on the Lego chair, I'm probably not in a fighter jet right now. If I'm in a fighter jet, this would probably be my chair of choice, unless I could maybe get this one. And then if we landed, I know I'm taking a gamble, but like, sorry, I meant this one. If we landed, then I'd be like, let's go, free chair. My my head when I eject from my home flight sim setup. My head when I hit the big red button on my home flight sim setup, and then it would just. Is there like a meme image of a guy with an incredibly flat top of the head? It could just be Herman Munster or something, or Frankenstein. My skull when I hit the eject button on my homemade flight sim rig. You could do something with that. This is a joke. This is heinous. I would give this. I mean, it's borderline a functional chair, but I wouldn't say it quite gets there. Now, what the hell is this? This is bubble tape? Did you pass the chair? I mean, it looks a lot like this thing, but this is like a little too al dente, and this is cooked to taste. But I think I would rather sit on the I'd rather sit on the fruit roll up than on the raffle tickets. This is a barbecue cover. Like, but actually, what is this? How would you know? I've got one. We went to Canadian Tire and bought one. Again, that's where it blew my mind. I couldn't believe, after buying things online for so long, that I could literally just walk into a store and they're like, "What barbecue do you have?" And I'm like, "Here's the model number." They're like, "Oh yeah, we got those in aisle 8. Really? Just in case someone happened to own the barbecue but no cover? I'm glad you got it, but like, I'm like, how long has that thing been sitting on a shelf just waiting for me to walk in? It's crazy. Anyway, I don't understand what this is. I like, is this a cover or is this a chair? It's a net chair. Looks like shit, in my opinion. I'm going to, it is at the end of the day, it looks like it is sittable, but I would rather sit on the bubble tape, I think. I think I'd rather sit on the raffle tickets. I think I'd rather sit on the bean. These are like, I basically can't sit on these. Just give me a second here. This one is a sawhorse. These things suck. You've seen these in your life? I don't know how to describe this. Like, is this? It's the chair, and then the seat is like a towel that's draped around it and joined. Towel's not the right word, but I don't know what else to say. Like a tapestry. Listen, there's some we can do easy, okay? This is a joke. This is an art piece. Um, I would rather sit on the Lego seat, but I don't really want to get in the ejector seat. This seems dangerous. This is just another classic dining room table Andy. It's the wooden version of this bad boy, but it's got a little deeper. So you know what? I would elevate it slightly further. I can't put it past the rocker. The rocker should be up there. Put it right there. This thing, it just looks like a simple chair. I would think sitting down here, I think I would be coming back to a restaurant for a nice meal and then leaving, but not feeling at any time like I was in danger. I would feel like this is a nice. They want me to stay, but they don't want me to stay for too long. And that to me seems like an acceptable. I mean, I'd much rather have it than metal stool. Let's pop it right there. I don't need shoulder support. You need shoulder support for in a chair. You got a knife and fork in your hands. Your body's supporting your shoulders. I'm just letting gravity like have its way. This I don't understand. I'm going to give it an E and I'm going to put it high E. Now I feel like the gamer chair is like, I don't think this is contentious. I sat in one for a few years and it was totally fine, but there was like no benefit to it whatsoever. It's not worse than the electric chair, but it was like worse than an office chair. Yeah, like I think it's probably worse than the Staples chair, the Office Depot chair. Also, no streamer in history has ever used the head pillow, because when you buy this chair, you're playing competitive games, so you're leaning forward the whole time. If you ever need to buy a used pillow, if you find yourself in that place in your life, try to buy one off of a retired streamer. I use it. It's not like it. I'm not saying it's a bad chair. I'm just saying like I don't really feel like it's that valuable. I had a DX Racer. And when I sat in it, I was like, oh, this is like, it's comfortable. But it's not like, I don't know. I think it'd be cooler. Maybe this is not apt at all. I think it would be cooler if it was set up like a real race car chair instead of like a race car chair that's cushioned. Like if that shit was made of like hard metal and you had to strap yourself into it, then I'd be like, oh shit, it's time to game. Yep, that's a B. Yep, we roll on Cupcake. Okay, good, we got a crow. We're going to buy, sell, freeze the chocolate. Okay, let's launch this round. I would be like, we're ready to go. But this is just like I don't know, I just, at my age, I think I would just feel like a dweeb. This chair would make me feel bad to sit in it at this point in my life. I'd be like, I got a kid. I'm like silver in Rocket League. I'm sitting down in my gaming chair to do a stream. Like, that's not me. I'm going to put it in the mid D tier. Okay, and there you go. You have your list. It's hard to get it all in. It's hard to take it all in. There you go. Take a screenshot, post it on Twitter. You could just lie. You could just take a screenshot of this, post it on Twitter, and say, hey, I finished my chair tier list. Any thoughts? And enjoy the free engagement. Hey, Vesquazi, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Now, it's crazy to me. I've been at Tier Maker for 4 hours. Slash marker. Chairs. I guess we'll go straight into the web games, man. We'll go straight into the web games. I should rank public toilets right after the ways to die tier list. I mean, there could be some conversations in that one. Like, I definitely like don't want to drown. Wouldn't mind having my head chopped off a little bit, I guess. If I have to. I mean, old age surrounded by your loved ones is a big one. That would probably be S tier for sure. Lit on fire? Yeah, that's close to the bottom. There's probably worse, but that would be really close to the bottom. I think the only thing worse than like incredible pain for a very short period of time would be like moderate pain for an agonizing length of time. Let's start with Cine 2 Nerdle. Yeah, being eaten would really like that would hurt me physically, mentally, and spiritually. Cause like it's like you don't die immediately, so like you're being eaten by like a bear while you're still conscious. I would be like the fucking bear got me, and I would be like, I hope I taste like shit, you fucking bitch. And the bear like would not even, because it doesn't speak English, it would just be like, why is this thing talking to me? And I'd be like, I can't believe I died to a bear. Okay, we're starting with Cine 2 Nerdle. See, New Zealand, Taika Waititi. I'm going to guess they go together. Hunter, this is like the hunt for the wilder people. I see Elizabeth Moss. Invisible Man, ex-partner. Something else. I see Brendan Fraser, George, Ape. That's George of the Jungle. Okay, so let's start there. Brendan Fraser, Ape, George, Jungle. Now we've also, we got Total Recall. Okay. Total Recall uses virtual memories. Then we got Elizabeth Moss. Where's Elizabeth? There she is. Ex-partner. Invisible. Ooh, and then swap them. And then this must be the hunt for the wilder people. Total Recall. The Invisible Man, George of the Jungle. Now, where do they maybe they connect via Mars? Maybe they connect via Taika Waititi. Jungle. Maybe they connect via Hunter. Hunter, Jungle. I was thinking of like Jumanji. New Zealand. I'm kind of washed on this one. You got to give me a second. Wait. Invisible Hunter, Jungle, Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's Predator. He's done it. It's that easy. It's, you know what it is? If you gave me like just the words, I would figure it out. I get confused sometimes by the shapes. As soon as I start to think about the shapes, I lose the plot. But when I just look at a list of words, I'm just level with you. I'm horrendous at putting things together. Like below like 9th grade level, for sure. Full disclosure. But my brain is insanely good at finding the relations between words in an unsorted list. It's crazy. You got to play to your strengths. Okay, very good Cine Nerdle here. Take me to movie. Sorry to movie. You've been placed into position 2 now. Star Trek Into Darkness to Tron Legacy. Okay, so in this you have a male actor. You have Olivia Wilde. You have Michael Sheen and Daft Punk. In this you have Chris Pine, Zachary Quinto, Benedict Cumberbatch, Zoe Saldana, Anton Yelchin, Carl Urban. For connecting to Olivia Wilde, you could connect via... I literally, the only thing that's coming to mind, no disrespect to Olivia Wilde, she was in House, right? And then she's also in she directed Don't Worry, Darling. Maybe she's got a cameo. Michael Sheen, I mean, you take him, he's been in the Underworld movies with Kate Beckinsale. Kate Beckinsale is in Serendipity with John Cusack and Jeremy Piven. I'm like, okay, yeah, we get the, you motherfucker. John Cusack. Okay, we're going to, wait, no, okay, I've got an idea. Here's my play, okay? I'm covering chat. Michael Sheen is probably British, maybe Australian, but probably British. Benedict Cumberbatch, British. They've probably been in a movie together. Let me get Benedict or Simon Pegg. I feel like both Simon, because Michael Sheen is a comic actor from time to time. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Hang on. I got something. Simon Pegg to Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller was in The Watch, that Alien movie. No, Ben Stiller was in that movie where he is showing his son around the colleges. All of his friends are more successful than him. Michael Sheen plays one of his successful friends. Have Simon Pegg and Ben Stiller been in a movie together? Is it The Watch? It appears that Ben Stiller was not in The Watch. But we can still get to Ben Stiller very easily. He might be in one of these animated movies. I just don't know. Okay? But Ben Stiller, well, Paul, just give me a second here, has Seth Rogen voicing the alien. Can we get from Seth Rogen to Ben Stiller? I feel like you could just connect through like funny people. Or like a Zoolander. Paul, Seth Rogen, Jason Bateman, Ben Stiller, Kristen Wiig, Ben Stiller, Jason Bateman, Ben Stiller, Blythe Danner, Joe Lo Truglio. It's all the same damn people. I'm trying to get to Michael Sheen, which requires me to get to Ben Stiller. Okay, David Koechner, Anchorman, The Legend of Ron Burgundy. Ben Stiller plays the Spanish news anchor. That takes you to, I have to scroll here. It was an art house movie that Ben Stiller was in where he's showing his kids around the college. His kid. The movie is called, it's from roughly this period. I don't think it's While We're Young. It's Brad Status. Brad Status has Michael Sheen, which allows you to get to the movie we were trying to get to in the first place, which is Tron Legacy. Oh, okay. That 4 is pretty good. And we sort of reasoned it out in advance. And connecting through Brad's status is a little wild. Chris Pine is just in Don't Worry, Darling. Motherfucker. Oh, man. Either way, I'm happy with this. This was quite a struggle. There were many times I wanted to quit. Now we move to Guess the Game. I just saw David Koechner's comedy show live. Lots of caca jokes. Can I tell you something? I have nothing against Bert Kreischer, but I can't take him seriously until he puts his shirt on. It's not that I care about his appearance. It's just the fact that every single special he has his shirt off. It's like a gimmick catchphrase. Like it's like Gallagher smashing the watermelon. It's like Dane Cook talking really fast and having it going like this. So it's like the joke is like it's just too easy. He needs to do a special with the shirt on, okay? Now this. To me, this looks like a Zelda. And I'm going to say this looks like it's Majorum's Mask. There's a Metacritic score of 87. This color scheme looks like Persona 4. This is Psychonauts. Okay, it's actually not hard at all. All right. It is not Persona 4. As soon as I saw this guy, I was like, that's a Double Fine game. Give me the Rotten Tomatoes Daily. It's a one-word comedy action from 2016. I already know it. I can tell you I already know it. By the way, flashbang out. Get ready. Reasonably well liked by critics, not well liked by audiences. PG-13, 2016. This is the all-female reboot of Ghostbusters. It immediately came to mind. One of the easiest tells that you can get is critics like it, audience loathes it, or audience loves it, critics loathe it. Ghostbusters and The Last Jedi, and I'm trying to think of what else is in there, but this is the critics, those are critics like it, normies don't. Then on the flip side of that, you have normies love it, critics don't. That's where you end up with your Grandma's Boys and your Zack Snyder's Justice League and your et cetera, et cetera. Your Venoms, great example. Great example. I thought we did pretty well on those today. Let me see if my wife is ready to stream. Hello. Are you ready to stream? Critics love it, normies hate it is Uncut Gems. No. Critics love it, normies love it, weirdos hate it for some reason. If Uncut Gems doesn't stress me out, does that mean I'm neurotypical or neuroatypical? Because it seems like everybody who watched the movie was like, I liked it, but I would never watch it again. And I'm like, it's a thrill ride, baby! Strap in and get ready, because you're about to have a lot of fun watching a man start a Rube Goldberg machine that ruins his fucking life. I not only did I think it was a good movie, I enjoyed the movie. I enjoyed every second of watching it. Twice. Hang on, I went to Chrono Photo. God, I love this. Chiblee, is this the best website layout in 2023? I'm not being facetious. I love it, man. Okay, this is New York City, baby. Vienna Sausage Company. You would like this, Chiblee. It's like GeoGuessr, but for time. This, to me, seems like early 1970s America. I'm going to say this is 71. Motherfucker. 28 points. Okay. Immediately we see nuclear imagery. Man is dripped out to the gills. Some kind of anti-nuclear protest. For all I know, this could be in Vancouver. It's not. I believe that's an interstate sign. To me, this looks like early 1990s. I'm going to say this is 93. 98. Okay, I'll take that. I'm going to say this is 2021. This has to be close to the turn of the century. Can you imagine driving to work in one of these? Hey, honey, gotta go to the office. Put on my fucking goggles. Honey, wait. You forgot your goggles. Oh, thank you. Crank. You gotta go up to the. Oh, honey, the car won't start. Here, let me try. Okay, there it goes. You imagine how bad you have to be at driving to get in a car accident in this era? It's rush hour. I saw another guy on the road. Anyway, I'm inclined to say this is around. I'm going to say this is 1921. 1933. That's crazy. This is The Shining. This is the inauguration of Teddy Roosevelt in 1908. 1902. It's not too bad. This is the first Norwegian train. It's a landmark moment for the country. Hey, no laughing. It's a landmark moment for the country. Happened in 2001. This is, all kidding aside, okay? This is, sorry. All kidding aside, this was... Let's say this is 1920 even. 1907. That's true. I didn't even think about the social cue. Everybody in this picture is looking at the camera. That is not, like, once you get to the 50s, people are like, it's a fucking camera. Yous ain't ever seen a camera before? At the turn of the century, everyone's like, oh, fuck. A camera? Like, nothing is more interesting than the fact that something interesting is being photographed here. Anyway, we got 1681. That's pretty horrendous, but I had fun either way. Is my wife live? Because I'm running out of options here. My next option is hurdle with the sound off. Oh, dude, Tradle was so good. And global. Okay. So, Chip, have you seen this one? This one's also goated. Guess which country exports these products? Total is 2.11 million. That's like unbelievably small. They export some rough wood, some scrap aluminum, seeds, $182,000 in cheese, $27,000 in forklifts, $17,000 of sand, some instructional models. $2.11 million in trade is like, I don't even know what to say. It's like the Marshall Islands or something. Whoa! That would have been an all-time streamer moment. Now, let me just say, I don't know where the Marshall Islands are, so I don't know what the fuck is south of the Marshall Islands. American Samoa. Vanuatu. Oh! Oh! Islands. There's Cook Islands. Okay, yeah, Cook Islands. Let's try the Cook Islands. Oh. Easter. That's not. One of the Saints. These are usually in the Caribbean. Cocos Islands. I'm washed. U.S. Virgin Islands. Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea exports more than $2 million worth of stuff, man. It's got to be such a small island. Is Borneo? Is that even a place? It's not. I'm not good at this South Pacific. I need Chibley's help. Is it Tanzania? That's in Africa. That's not. I'm thinking of Tasmania, which probably also exports more than $2 million worth of goods. I just being honest with you, I think I just don't know it. Kiribati, maybe? That's the only one that comes to mind. Oh. Fiji! What was it? Norfolk Island? Is that even a... I'm not trying to be insulting. Is that even a country? I've never heard of it before. No, that's part of Australia? All right. Last time we're playing that game. So last time we're playing... They've broken my trust, is what they've done. They've broken my trust. For the last time. Is my wife live? It's 2:13. She is not live. Global it is. Hang on. I'm just making sure the screen region is good. They tried to trick me. They had a little advertisement. The advertisement says start now. I almost clicked on this. That is not how you start the game. Be aware, okay? Be aware of that if you go play global for yourself. They tried to trick you. First country, I start Algeria, dead center. 3,000 kilometers away. Give me Slovakia. 2,900 kilometers away. Give me the United Kingdom. It's cooler. That's cooler. That's not a good guess. Give me Georgia. Oh, 1,000 away. You don't say. Okay. Give me Greece. It's not closer. It's not. Greece is cooler. I'm having trouble visualizing the globe here. Okay. It's closest to this, and then this. Give me Iran. Oh, 50 kilometers away. You don't say. Give me Pakistan. Oh, that's a little cooler. That's a little cooler is what it is. Give me Iraq. Oh, it's adjacent. Give me Syria. Syria's, oh, it's cooler. We're getting cool. We're getting cool. Okay, give me Jordan. Oh, is it a little cooler still? Okay, let me get, then it would be a Kuwait. The mystery country is Kuwait. Pretty good. It does seem like my brain is not making it make sense that that Slovakia is closer to Kuwait than Algeria is to Kuwait. Maybe it's something to do with the spherical nature of the Earth. Do you know the circumference of the Earth? If I had to guess, circumference? Trick question, it's a sphere. No, circumference of the Earth. I'm trying to come up with a guess for you, okay? I'm gonna say it's 29,000 kilometers. Can I get a check? $40,000. Oh, that's what's it. I'm at least not off by an order of magnitude. It's not bang on, but it's like pretty close. Dude, okay, so I got a message from Justin that said, hey, Ryan, I've banned at least 20 people from my chat because they keep asking me why am I breathing so heavy. And then in their unban requests, I told them that they need you to vouch for them. And I said, no, I don't vouch for them. I specifically told that to him. And I told him why, which was that I told you that it would annoy people when you did it. And then you type it, and then the streamer gets mad, which is exactly what I told you would happen, and then you got banned, which is the logical course of action. But anyway, If you want to spread some interest, some enjoyment on the platform, you know what you could do is you could go into streamers' chats and say, hey, can you estimate the circumference of the Earth? And then see how close their guess is. And don't make fun of them if they're wrong. But I would be interested to see what kind of guesses people have. Because I think some people would guess like less than the distance between New York and Los Angeles. And I think some people would guess like more than the distance between the Earth and the Moon. And I think that could be funny. How far away is the moon? Okay, listen. In Kerbal Space Program, you can get to the moon in, well, are you speeding? How much time do you speed up to? Okay, when they did like the Apollo missions, I think it only took them like 2 days to get, day and a half to get to the moon. They were probably traveling pretty fast. 2,000 kilometers an hour. Say it takes them 36 hours to get there. So I'm going to say I'm going to add a little fudge factor. I'm going to say the moon is 110,000 kilometers away from Earth. $384. That's a lot. But can I tell you that at first I was thinking millions? So, damn, they were schmoving, man. They were going like 8,000 kilometers an hour. Holy. Me in the space shuttle be like, can you hit the brakes, please? If I was in the space shuttle, I would be holding the handle for sure. I would not ever be fully relaxed. I would keep my seatbelt buckled unless I was in the bathroom. Okay. Name the planets from largest to smallest. Easy. You got Jupiter. That's a big boy. Then you go straight to Saturn. Following Saturn, you go to okay, the smallest is Mercury. Of the first 4 planets, Earth is the largest. It's like Mercury, Venus, Mars, Earth, Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter. Mars is smaller than Venus? Yeah, your Venus, maybe. Wait. I think I just insulted the size of my Venus. All right, I'm going to send you over to my wife's stream. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Later.